You are lying in the dark, and that is exactly where you belong now. The room has cooled just enough to feel like a breath held too long. Then, let go, soft on your skin, no longer pressing against you as if it had something to prove. Outside, the street lamp still glows, but not with its earlier edge. Not the way it cut through the window panes an hour ago when the light was new and hard. Now, it is only a shadow of itself, the kind that fades slowly into memory rather than into absence. You notice how the last streaks of yellow bleed across your ceiling, not spreading, but thinning.
It's as if time has grown less urgent in this room, and the edges of what was sharp have been worn down by quiet. The glow doesn't flicker, it simply yields. Each second passes without need to be noticed. It just is, then it isn't. This is not a place for fixing anything. It's not where you figure out how to move forward or decide which part of the day was worth keeping.
You don't have to make sense of what happened in the hours before this darkness fell. There's no need to review your words, fix your tone, explain why something felt heavy. The mind is allowed to rest here, not because it has earned rest, but simply because you are already lying down. It might help to know that if sleeplessness becomes a pattern for too long, talking with someone trained in listening could be the right next step. But tonight, there's no need for that. Not now. There is only this, the fading light on your ceiling, the soft weight of blanket over you, and the quiet understanding that whatever was urgent before has already begun to lose its grip.
You've been carrying thoughts all day, not just one or two, but many layered like dust on a shelf, each unnoticed until they settle into something heavier than air. The unfinished things, an email left unopened, a call not made, the tone of voice you wish you'd used differently. Not because any of it matters in the long arc of your life. Just that for now, in this moment before sleep, their weight feels like gravity. But even so, they are only thoughts. And thoughts can be left behind when they've done their work. You don't have to act on them tonight. You don't have to decide what you'll do tomorrow. Nothing is lost by letting the mind stop turning. The street lamp's glow has dimmed further. It no longer outlines the shape of the wall, only whispers where it used to be. It's not going away all at once. It doesn't vanish in a blink or disappear under some final click. Instead, it dissolves into the dark, like something that was never meant to stay. And so can your thoughts. They are already moving on. You don't have to chase them. You don't need to gather them and hold them tightly because they feel important today. The mind doesn't require possession of its own moments, just to remember them later.
Even the things that mattered most in the light now belong less to your hands than to their passing. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. It isn't about giving up or letting go with effort. It's simply this: the quiet understanding that not every thought needs a home. Some are meant only to pass through. You were never required to keep them all in place. The air feels slower now. It moves like water over stone, smooth and unbothered. Your breath finds its own rhythm without your needing to shape it. It's not deep or shallow, just what you do when you stop trying to control it. You are becoming a space where things don't need answers. The light that once filled the ceiling now hangs in fragments, like old paper caught between layers of silence. Each fragment lasts longer than the last before surrendering completely. And each moment you notice this fading, not with alarm, not with longing to hold it back, but simply as a thing seen, feels lighter.
This is not philosophy, not technique, not even practice. It's only observation. You are allowed to see how things change without needing to stop them. That one thought about the conversation you had this afternoon, whether they understood what they might say now, it doesn't need to be answered. It can just be there, like a shadow that belongs in the dark and not the light. It's already shifting, already thinning. You are noticing how your mind drifts toward comfort only when it no longer needs to prove anything. Not because you've done well, but simply because you've stopped trying to do anything at all. The street lamp is nearly gone. Just a ghost of warmth on the wall where it once stood so clearly. But even that trace has softened into nothing more than color and memory.
And this moment, right here, is not about arriving somewhere. It's only about being exactly where you are, with no need to move forward or back. You don't have to be someone who can fix things. You don't have to be someone who remembers everything perfectly. You don't even have to know what you truly are tonight. The idea is not to define it, but to stop insisting on holding it so tightly. There is a kind of peace that comes when you realize your thoughts aren't yours in the way you thought they were. They come and go like weather. You don't command them. They don't owe you anything. You are not an anchor for every idea that passes through. And no moment has to be preserved just because it happened. Even your own feeling of being you
This sense of continuity, of self, is not a thing that needs guarding. It's more like a river than a wall. It flows. It changes. What was solid today will feel different tomorrow. And that's not failure. That's simply how it is. You are allowed to be less fixed than you assumed. No one asks for permanence when they lie down in the dark. Only stillness, only ease. The light has faded now, completely. The ceiling holds only darkness, deep, soft, and unclaimed by anything sharp or clear. And yet, even as it goes quiet, something remains. Not a thought, but a presence.
Not an idea, but the feeling of being here. This is where you rest. You don't have to be awake for long. You don't have to stay alert until some signal comes. No count, no check-in, no proof that you're still there. Just this. The body knowing it can stop holding on. The mind learning how not to gather everything up and keep it close. The day is not erased, but its weight has been released.
And as each second passes without demand, the idea of you becomes less a thing to protect, more a quiet happening in motion. Not fixed, not permanent, just here. You don't need to carry all your thoughts into sleep. They are not yours to hold so tightly. Even what you believe about yourself, that you're capable, responsible, careful, those aren't truths to defend. They are only ideas passing through the mind like clouds across sky. Just notice how your attention settles, not into a point, but into a field. Not into certainty, but into stillness. The light on the ceiling has gone completely now. But you're not afraid of the dark, because the dark isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't need to be named. You are simply lying still, and that stillness is not empty. It's full of what has already let go. The edges of your thoughts have softened into the shape of the room, like steam from a cup left too long on the table. No one came to ask for an answer tonight. No voice called out to explain why you stayed awake. There was only this: the slow dimming of the world outside and inside, until even memory began to settle like dust at the bottom of a glass.
The ceiling holds no more light now, just depth where color once hovered. And that depth doesn't demand anything from you. It isn't waiting for you to think something meaningful or feel something true. It simply is, like the way your breath moves without needing permission, like how silence settles into the corners of a room when no one's speaking. Not because it has purpose, but because it just does. You don't have to be aware of everything in order to rest. You don't need to know what you're doing or where you're going. There is nothing wrong with letting the mind drift through ordinary things. The way the blanket folds at your feet, how one thread from the hem has pulled loose and lies against your calf like a small forgotten thing. These are not signs of distraction. They're invitations into presence. The body remembers what the mind forgets. That rest is not earned by effort, but granted when you stop fighting to stay upright. The air in the room feels heavier now, not with pressure, but with stillness. Thick and warm, like old wool left on a chair overnight. It doesn't press down. It gathers around you gently, as if the space itself has learned how to hold someone without asking for anything back. You can feel the slight unevenness of the mattress beneath your spine, not as discomfort, but as evidence that you're here, real in the way things are when they no longer need to prove themselves. You don't have to remember what happened earlier today. The conversations, the small decisions, the sentences left unspoken. None of them require an account now. They've passed through your mind like footsteps on a wooden floor, soundless after the moment, lingering only in the way they change the air for a second before vanishing. Even your sense of time has softened. There is no need to track how long you've been lying here. Not 5 minutes, not 10. Time doesn't measure itself by what's done or undone. It simply moves forward without calling attention to itself. And so do you. Not in steps, but in quiet degrees. The way a shadow slips across stone when the sun shifts an inch. You are allowed to be unsure of what comes next, even if it is sleep. There is no rule that says you must wake up tomorrow feeling lighter or more certain. The only thing required tonight is that you remain where you are, with nothing to prove and no one to please. Not even yourself. The idea that you're supposed to let go isn't a command. It's just another thought passing through. And thoughts don't have to be obeyed. They don't need your attention or approval to exist. You can notice them without letting them settle in, like watching clouds drift across the sky and knowing they won't stay. There is no difference between thinking and not thought anymore. Only this, a space where neither needs to win. Your mind doesn't have to be busy to be useful. It doesn't need to know what's next to be enough. Just being here, breathing in and out, is already more than sufficient. The edges of the room no longer feel sharp. Even the sound of distant traffic has faded into a quiet hum. Not background noise, but part of the stillness itself. A low rhythm that doesn't ask for your attention, only your presence. It flows through you like air, moving through an open window. You don't have to catch it or name it. You simply exist within its shape. You're not holding on to anything, not even the idea of letting go. That's just another loop in the mind, trying to be free by doing something about freedom. But freedom isn't a task. It's a condition that arises when you stop insisting on being someone who must fix or control everything. Even the way your hands rest at your sides is not an effort. It's only what happens when they're allowed to do nothing. The weight of them, resting there like stones left in water, settles into the bed without resistance. No need to keep them busy. No reason to grip anything tighter than necessary. And if you think about the past, a face, a moment, a name that flickered once and vanished, just let it go as easily as it came. Not by pushing it away, but by noticing how quickly it loses its hold when you stop feeding it with attention. Like smoke rising from a candle that's nearly burned out. There's nothing in the dark that needs to be found. No truth hiding under the pillow or waiting behind the door. You don't have to search for yourself, because you're not lost. You're simply here, lying down, letting things pass without claiming them as your own. Even the idea of you is beginning to feel less like a thing and more like a pattern. A rhythm in motion that changes with each breath, each shift in warmth or weight. Not something fixed, not even something stable. Just what happens when air moves through a body at rest. You don't need to understand how this works. You don't have to explain it to anyone else. It's not meant to be solved, only lived quietly, without demand. The room is quiet now, in a way that isn't silence, more like the pause between two heartbeats, or the space just before a word comes out of your mouth. Not empty,
but full of what doesn't need words. Full of absence that feels like presence. Full of not knowing that feels like peace. You're allowed to be nothing in particular tonight. To have no role, no title, no story to carry forward into the morning. Just this. A body lying on a bed, breathing slowly, with no one watching or judging what you are or aren't doing. Even your thoughts about being asleep, the ones that wonder if it will come, if you're doing it right. Those don't need to be held either. They can drift away like leaves in a slow river, not because they were wrong, but because they no longer matter enough to stay. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. Only this. The quiet between breaths. The way your skin feels against the sheets. The soft weight of your eyelids resting down without effort. Not an achievement, just a happening.
And as each second passes, not towards sleep, but simply through it, something shifts in how you experience being here. It's not about arriving anywhere. It's only about staying where you are, with no need to move or change or become anything new. The light is gone. The noise has settled. The day has passed into memory without needing permission, and still you remain. Not as a person who must be fixed or known, but as a quiet presence in the dark, breathing slowly, letting go of everything that doesn't belong to this moment. Even what you believe about your own attention, that it must be sharp, focused on something important, can soften now.
You don't have to be paying attention all the time to be present. Presence isn't a performance. It's simply being here when nothing else is asking for anything. The room doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. The air doesn't know whether your mind is busy or still, and neither do you. Not anymore. There is no need to fix what isn't broken. No reason to hold on when there's nothing left to hold. You are not a thing that must be defended. Not a story that needs protecting. You're simply here. And that's enough. The air shifts slowly over the back of your neck, not because it wants something from you, but simply because it is there, breathing itself into silence. You don't need to follow its path or understand why it curls just so around the edge of the blanket. It doesn't demand anything, only exists. The mattress beneath you has settled too, yielding in places where pressure once pressed down hard and fast. Not a complaint, not even awareness. Just softness returning to shape after weight had passed through. You are beginning to feel like that, shaped by what's been carried, but no longer defined by it.
The way the fabric of your shirt settles against skin when you've stopped moving isn't about comfort anymore. It's just how things lie now. Outside, a single car passes far away on pavement, still cool from dusk. Its engine hums once and fades into air that holds nothing back. No echo remains in the walls. Nothing is caught or held at the edge of hearing. Even the thought of listening to what might come next has slipped sideways. Not lost, just no longer important enough to stay. You don't have to remember every word from today's conversation.
You don't need to replay that moment when something almost said was left unsaid. It isn't yours now, not in any way that demands keeping. The silence between those words wasn't empty. It was full of what couldn't be spoken, and still, it didn't ask for anything. Your hands lie flat on your chest, not because they're supposed to, but simply because gravity lets them stay there without effort. No command needed. They don't need to do anything. Not rest, not release, not even breathe in rhythm with the thought of doing so. Their stillness is quiet proof that motion isn't always necessary for presence.
The air feels different at your temples now. Cooler than it was when you first lay down, but not unpleasantly so. It flows around bone and muscle like a slow tide coming up on bare ground after nightfall. Not rising to meet something, just moving through space without needing permission or intention. You can feel the way the blanket shifts slightly every time your breath turns inward. Just enough for it to catch against cotton, not enough to disturb sleep. It isn't waiting. It doesn't care if you're awake. The fabric has its own memory of warmth, but even that is softening with each passing second.
There's a faint creak in the floorboards somewhere near the wall. Nothing new, just something old settling into stillness after years of being ignored. You don't have to identify it or decide if it matters. It isn't asking you for anything. It doesn't want your attention. It only exists because there is space for it. The thought that once lived in your chest about the thing left undone, the one letter, the missed call, the sentence never finished, has loosened its grip not through resolution, but simply by no longer being needed. Not forgotten. Just quieter than breath. As if it had always been meant to fade into this moment without ceremony. You don't have to believe in anything tonight for that belief to be true. The quiet doesn't need validation. It only needs room. And there is plenty of that, not because you've made space, but simply because nothing else has asked to come in. You are becoming less like someone who must be known and more like the space between two sounds. Something that exists only because it holds what comes before and after. There's no need to say anything about this. No reason to frame or name it as meaning. You don't have to carry a story, even one of stillness, into tomorrow morning. This is not preparation for sleep. It is the place where being awake meets itself without demand. The dark doesn't promise peace, only allows it. It isn't offering comfort because you've earned it. It simply holds what comes through. Thoughts that drift like ash in air. Ideas that settle with no fanfare. Moments that end not by ending, but just by dissolving into the next one. You're allowed to be nothing more than a still body breathing beneath thin fabric and soft sheets. You don't have to explain why you're lying here, or whether it's enough. The room doesn't ask for proof of your presence, only accepts it as if it were always meant to be so. The silence isn't empty because there's no noise. It's full with the weight of what has already passed and now rests without claim. You don't have to become something new tonight. You aren't required to fix anything or begin again. What you are is enough exactly as it is. A gathering of breaths in stillness, not waiting for change, but simply moving through time like water over stone, worn smooth by passage, never broken. Even the idea that there might be more beneath this moment doesn't need answers anymore. The question has dissolved into air long before you noticed it was even formed. There is no test to pass, no sign to recognize, no signal required from outside yourself for what's happening here to be real. It only needs to happen. And right now, in the slow turn of seconds that feel like hours but aren't named as such, it does. Your shoulder rests at a slight angle where it meets the pillow. Not perfect, not awkward either. Just resting, one side lower than the other, because gravity pulled differently on bone and muscle over time. No correction needed, only acceptance. You're beginning to notice how little you actually need. No name, no role. There was a time you believed being present meant staying sharp, focused,
alert, as if attention was something one had to earn or guard like treasure. But now, the thought of holding on doesn't feel urgent anymore. It feels unnecessary, even foreign. You don't have to be anything special tonight. You're not required to carry meaning into darkness. The dark doesn't ask you to shine. It only asks that you lie down and let things unfold as they will, without trying to shape them or name their direction.
Even the feeling of your own skin against the blanket isn't something to analyze or appreciate for its sensation alone. It's just a point where two kinds of quiet meet, one from outside, one inside, both speaking in silence that doesn't need translation. There is no boundary between you and what surrounds, only continuity, like breath moving through air, like light fading across ceiling tiles, like thoughts passing without leaving tracks behind. You aren't separate from this moment because you're aware of it. You are part of it simply by being here, not trying to do anything else with the time or space given.
The night isn't waiting for your arrival at sleep, nor is it holding its breath until you've done enough thinking. It's already lived through each second that led up to this point. And now, in quiet motion between one thought and another, there's room not only for stillness, but also for the absence of need. You don't have to be certain about anything, especially not about whether sleep is near or far. Certainty isn't required here. Only openness. The light from outside has softened into a kind of memory. Not gone, but no longer demanding attention. It lingers as a faint pressure on the ceiling, like the last breath after a long silence. You can feel its edge thinning where it meets the wall, not fading so much as letting go. There's no event in that moment, only a quiet release, like something too heavy for one room to carry anymore. The air shifts just slightly, not from wind, but from stillness learning how to hold itself differently. You don't need to listen for change because it's already here. The way your breath slows without you telling it to. The slow slide of muscle under skin as weight settles deeper into the mattress.
There is no effort in any of this, only what happens when nothing else is asked. The mind stops measuring time by how many thoughts pass through and begins noticing instead how little each one weighs now that it's not being held on to. The edge of your blanket has curled slightly at the foot of the bed, pulled down by gravity or by some small shift in sleep position you don't remember making. It doesn't matter what caused it, only that it is so, and that its shape does not demand correction. There's no need for alignment, no insistence on symmetry. The unevenness feels like truth now, a kind of honesty the body has known all along.
A sound comes from far away,
Not loud, not sharp. Just one steady hum beneath everything else. A car passing through sleepless streets, its engine low and continuous. It doesn't wake you. It simply arrives, settles into the air like dust in sunlight, and moves on without needing to be named or responded to. You hear it as part of the night's texture rather than an interruption. Your hand lies open at your side, fingers relaxed but not limp, just resting where they fall. The space between them isn't empty. It holds a kind of quiet invitation. No need to close, no reason to reach. It doesn't ask for purpose or direction. It only is. And in that being, there's enough. There's a warmth pooling at your hip where the blanket presses against your leg. Not hot, not cold, just present. A small patch of heat that has built up over time without any action from you. It wasn't sought. It didn't arrive through effort. It simply stayed when everything else had stopped moving. The ceiling above isn't white anymore. It's a soft gray, like the inside of a shell after light has left. The last trace of street lamp glow is gone. Not erased, but folded into something quieter than memory. You don't miss it. There's no need to mourn what's past. It was never meant to stay. Your thoughts are beginning to slip sideways now, not falling apart, but shifting like pebbles in a slow current. They don't pile up. They spread out across the surface of awareness and vanish without leaving ripples. One idea arrives, maybe about tomorrow, maybe about something said yesterday, and it doesn't stop to ask for permission or validation. It simply passes through, as if already known not to belong. You're no longer trying to keep anything inside, not even the shape of your own attention. The mind has learned that holding isn't necessary. Only presence is needed. And presence here means letting go before you've even realized you were gripping. A shift in temperature moves through the room. Barely felt, but unmistakable. Not a draft, not change from outside, but an internal softening. Like air cooling after sunset. Like stone, remembering how to be still when no one watches. It's not about becoming something new. Only that what is already happening feels more real than any intention ever did. You notice the weight of your eyelids isn't heavy because they're tired. It's because they've stopped resisting sleep. They don't close with force. They sink slowly, like leaves settling on water. There's no urgency in the descent. No need to reach a goal. Only surrender into what is already happening.
There's an old chair across the room that hasn't been used in months. Its fabric worn thin at the arms. One leg, slightly shorter than the others from years of uneven weight. It sits still, untouched, not waiting for anyone, not regretting absence. Its silence doesn't feel lonely, only complete. And you realize this is how it can be to simply exist without purpose. Not everything has to matter. Not every moment needs significance or outcome. Some hours are just space between other things, and that's enough. A clock somewhere ticks once, softly, like a heartbeat in the dark. It doesn't mark time as something to conquer or measure. Only confirms that moments pass not by being filled, but by simply occurring. The tick isn't loud. It doesn't demand your attention. It just is. Part of the quiet rhythm this night has settled into. There's no need for you to become anyone different tonight. No transformation required. No rebirth in the making. You aren't building anything or repairing a fracture. Just resting where you are. Not as an act, but as an accident of stillness. The body knows how. It doesn't have to be taught. A thread has come loose from your sweater's cuff. Tiny, unimportant, almost invisible. It hangs down like a question with no answer. No one will fix it. No need to pull it back in place. It stays exactly as it is, slightly out of alignment, perfectly at peace with that fact. You're beginning to understand how little needs to be true for this moment to hold weight. Only that you are here, and the dark accepts you without asking what you've done or will do. There's no audition required to belong to stillness. No performance test before being allowed to rest. Your fingers twitch slightly against the blanket, not in wakefulness, but in release, like a hand letting go of something it forgot was holding. Not forced, not dramatic, just quiet movement in the slow turning of seconds that don't need to be named. The air feels different now, not colder or warmer, but more settled. As if time has stopped rushing towards some future point and is simply breathing out its own length. There's no destination here, no arrival required, only passing through like a shadow across the floor at dusk. A single thought drifts in, that you might sleep soon. But it doesn't come as hope or expectation, only as an observation,
Not even confirmation. Just something noticed, like noticing dust floating near a window pane when no light hits it directly. It's not important whether it happens or not. Only that it's allowed to pass. You don't need to understand the way your thoughts dissolve now. Just notice how they do. How each one becomes softer as it moves away from you. Like water soaking into soil without leaving a trace. No residue. No argument. Just absorption by quiet. It moves forward whether or not you're watching. You feel the pressure of the blanket shift slightly, not from movement, but from breath, expanding and contracting in slow waves, not trying to deepen, only allowing what comes. A rhythm that's been there all along, just waiting for stillness to give it room. Your shoulder is no longer at an angle because gravity has changed. It's simply accepted where it landed after hours of lying down. The body remembers positions not as problems, but as accommodations, like branches bending under snow and holding the shape until the weight lifts. A breath settles deeper into you than before, not because you invited it, but because the space around your ribs has grown quiet enough to hold it without resistance. The weight of the blanket is no longer something you feel against your body. It's become a kind of presence, like a second skin that doesn't belong to you, and yet belongs entirely where it lies. It hasn't been adjusted. It wasn't pulled or smoothed. It simply stayed in place, as all things do when they are allowed to be. The far wall has dimmed further, not gone dark, but softened at the edges, like a photograph left too long under sunlight, its colors fading into one another until you can no longer tell where blue ends and gray begins. A faint outline of the window frame remains, barely there, only visible because it holds back what is now just a soft hum in the air. Not sound exactly, but the absence of noise that makes silence feel thick and full. You notice how your fingertips have stopped trembling, not because they've stilled, but because there's no longer any reason for them to move. They rest on the blanket with the same kind of neutrality as a stone rests in water, not sinking, not rising, just being. No action required, nothing left to prove. There's an old spoon tucked inside your kitchen drawer, bent at the tip from years of stirring tea that never needed more than a glance. You don't remember using it lately. You don't know if you even own it anymore. But somewhere in the house, in the quiet between rooms, it exists as part of the life of objects. Not useful, not broken, just there, having outlived its purpose and still being. You wonder how many things like that are passing through your home right now. Small things forgotten in corners. Forgotten by you, but not lost. A button missing from a coat. A paperclip curled into itself on the desk. The way dust collects where light doesn't reach, forming patterns no one will ever name. They don't demand to be seen. They don't ask for care or attention. They simply stay. You are becoming like that now. The street light outside has nearly vanished. Only a ghost of its glow lingers in the corner where the ceiling meets the wall, like a stain that refuses to wash away. It pulses once more, as if trying to signal something, but then gives up and fades entirely into nothingness, leaving no trace behind, not even a shadow. The room now holds dark, not as emptiness, but as fullness. A kind of quiet that isn't empty because it contains everything that's already passed through it. The day didn't end with a closing door or a final word. It simply dissolved into this moment, like ink dropped in water, spreading until the shape is lost and only color remains. You don't need to remember what happened today. Not one detail. Not even whether you spoke too much or said nothing at all. You aren't responsible for making sense of it now. The mind doesn't have to organize anything into a story. It can let go of its own narrative as easily as the wind lets go of leaves. There's something about how time moves differently when no one is watching. Not faster, not slower, but in waves that don't need names. There is no before or after, only this. Your hand resting on your chest, feeling nothing and everything at once. The pulse beneath skin, the rise and fall of breath without effort. The curtains hang slightly askew now, one side lower than the other. Not because they were pulled too hard, but because gravity has done its work slowly over time, shifting them just enough that no one would notice unless they looked closely. You wouldn't have noticed either had you not been lying still long enough to see how things settle without permission.
You begin to feel less like someone who must be somewhere or do something, and more like a place where moments gather, not to stay, but to pass through, just as the light did earlier, just as your thoughts are doing now. You're becoming space instead of substance, open rather than filled. There's no need to guard against silence. It isn't hungry. It doesn't want anything from you. It simply is. And in that being, it allows everything else to be too. You let go of the idea that something must happen before rest can begin.
Rest wasn't waiting for completion. It was already here, under your ribs, in the quiet between heartbeats, in the way the dark doesn't demand anything from you except to stay. The edge of the blanket has begun to curl slightly at one corner. Not a flaw, but an accident of time and sleep. It's no longer straight because it hasn't been touched by hands that wanted it fixed. It stays as it is, imperfect in its own way, unchanged by intention, and yet complete. You don't need to be whole for this moment to hold. You don't have to feel like you've arrived or done enough or said the right thing. The only requirement was to lie here, eyes closed, breathing in and out of stillness, not trying to become anything else. The air feels heavier now, but not oppressive. It's not pressing down, it's just present, thick with absence, full of what isn't there. Like walking into a room where no one has spoken for hours, yet you can feel the weight of their silence in your bones. You notice how your thoughts have stopped chasing each other. They don't leap forward or try to explain themselves. They drift like smoke from a candle that's burned low, not rising dramatically, but drifting sideways and thinning until they're no longer visible. There is nothing here you must carry. No burden, no memory, no unfinished task. Even the idea of unfinished feels distant now, as if it belongs to someone else's life or another version of this night that hasn't yet happened. You are not required to be useful tonight, not even to be present in a way that makes sense to others. You don't need to prove your existence through action or words. Just being is enough. Just lying here, letting the dark settle into the hollows where thoughts used to gather. The floorboards creak faintly somewhere far off, not because of movement, but because wood shifts slowly with temperature and time. It's a sound that doesn't mean anything. No one will hear it. No alarm is triggered by its presence. It simply happens, like breath or the turning of seconds without consequence. You let yourself believe that you don't have to be remembered, not even by yourself. You can disappear into this moment and no one would know because nothing would change. The world would keep moving just as it did before your attention arrived. There's a faint warmth in your palm where the blanket pressed too long. Not hot, but alive with sensation, like the memory of touch lingering after someone has left the room. It doesn't need to be named or explained, it simply is. You are beginning to feel less like a person and more like a passage, not between places, but through time. A corridor where thoughts come and go without leaving marks behind. You're no longer holding onto anything except breath, and even that feels less like effort than like letting something else take over. The ceiling above you has stopped being a surface to watch. It's become part of the quiet, not white, not dark, just still. Like paper left on a table after writing ends, waiting for dust to settle where no one will see it.
A thread of shadow has begun to lengthen across the floorboards where the last light from outside used to pool. Not because the lamp is dimming, but because the room itself is breathing in a different rhythm now. The line doesn't move forward or retreat. It simply exists as something that was always there, just too fine to see until this moment. It's the kind of thing you'd miss if you were watching for meaning. But when you stop looking for signs, it arrives unannounced. Soft, slow, a shape without name. You feel it not in your eyes, but in the way your fingers have stopped twitching against the mattress. They lie still now, palms up, as though waiting to be told what to do next, and no instruction comes. The hand that held so tightly just hours ago has begun to forget its own weight. It isn't relaxed, not exactly. It's more like it's remembered something deeper than tension, that holding is optional. The air near the window tastes different now, cooler at the edges where it slips through a gap in the curtain. Not cold enough to shiver, but cool enough to make you aware of your skin as a surface rather than a shield. It no longer needs to defend itself from outside touch. You don't have to brace against what might come. The space between breaths has thickened just slightly, not with pressure, but with absence. Like the pause after someone finishes speaking and doesn't need to say more. A sound that isn't really a sound rises in your ears. Not a tone, not silence either, but something between them. The quiet of things that no longer expect to be noticed. The wall behind you has long since stopped being a barrier. It's just there, warm from old hours, holding its own stillness. It doesn't need your attention or approval to remain unchanged. You don't have to decide what happens next because nothing is required. Not even continuity. There is no need to keep going forward or backward. The moment can be held without being stretched into a story. You are allowed to stay exactly where you are, in the middle of this breath, with your eyes closed and your thoughts unclaimed. The ceiling has begun to soften at the corners. It's not that it's losing its shape. Nothing is collapsing. But certain edges have stopped demanding to be seen. The light that once defined them is gone, and so they no longer need to stand out. They're just part of the quiet now, a place where shadows pool without trying. A small crease has formed in the sheet near your hip, not from movement, but because you've been lying still for too long. It's only a wrinkle, nothing more. There is no reason to smooth it back out or pretend it wasn't there. The body knows how to settle into imperfections without needing permission. Your pulse has slowed so much that the beat doesn't feel like force anymore. Just presence. Like water moving through stone, not because of pressure, but because it's always been moving.
It doesn't have a direction. It simply exists where it is. You don't need to interpret it or ask why it's beating this way. The air around your shoulders feels heavier in the way that only stillness can. Not oppressive, but full. Like standing at the center of a room after everyone has left and no one has touched anything since they walked through the door. Nothing is missing because nothing was ever taken. The space holds what it always held, the absence of intention. There's a faint scent in your nose now, not from outside, nor from any object you can name, just something that came with the dark itself, like the smell of old paper left too long on a shelf, or dust after rain has passed through an open window.
It doesn't mean anything, it just is. You notice how the weight in your chest no longer feels like pressure. It's not emptiness either. It's something else entirely. A quiet fullness that doesn't require filling. The space where you once felt like you were missing something has become large enough to contain what isn't there. Without complaint. There is no need to be understood. Not now. Not ever. You don't have to explain who you are or why you're here, or how long you've been lying still. The night doesn't demand a reason for your presence. It only allows it. The edge of the blanket has curled further, not from neglect, but because time has made its own choice about shape.
It's no longer straight, and that's fine. There is no such thing as an ideal corner in this moment. Only what happens when things are left alone long enough to become themselves. A thought drifts by, not sharp, not urgent, just a passing image of something you once touched, the back of someone's hand, or the edge of a book, or the way your fingers used to rest on your own knee before they learned how to stop.
It doesn't come with memory, only sensation. And then it goes. No need to catch it. No reason to hold it. Just as the light from outside has faded without ceremony, so too does this moment pass. Not because anything was lost, but because nothing needed to be kept. The floorboard creaks again, quieter than before, almost like a breath released slowly through teeth. It doesn't mean you're alone. It means something else is awake in the room. Not a presence, not an event, just awareness. Of wood shifting under stillness, of time passing without announcement. Your body has stopped trying to be useful. It no longer needs to stay alert or ready for anything.
The muscles that used to tense at the edge of sleep have finally decided they don't need to win. They've let go, not because they're tired, but because there's nothing left to defend. The dark is no longer a boundary. It doesn't mark an end or hide something dangerous. It's just space, full, open, and unjudging. You don't have to cross it to be safe. You don't need to reach the other side to belong here. Your breath has grown so quiet that you can hear your ribs moving without sound. A kind of motion that doesn't ask for recognition. It's not loud enough to wake anyone, and no one is listening anyway. The idea of being someone, even briefly, has softened, not vanished, but thinned like fog under morning light. You're not becoming less real. You're just realizing how little your shape mattered in the first place. There's a small mark on the wall near where the ceiling meets the plaster. Not a crack, not paint peeling. Just an irregularity that only appears when the angle of dark changes. It wasn't there before, and it won't stay forever. But for now, it exists as something unexplained, unnoticed by anyone who might have seen it in daylight. You don't need to name it. You don't need to wonder why it's there or what it means. It simply is. Like this moment, like your body lying still, like the air that doesn't require you to move through it. The thought of tomorrow feels distant, not because you've forgotten about it, but because it no longer holds any weight in this space. It hasn't been rejected. It's just let go of its claim on you. You aren't being abandoned by time. You're being held by its quiet. The hours don't care whether you're awake or asleep. They move forward without needing your consent, and that's enough. The air near the window has cooled slightly more now. Not a sign of change, but evidence that something is happening even when no one notices. It's like watching dust settle on an old shelf. Nothing dramatic, just time passing in silence. You feel how little you need to be doing anything at all for this moment to remain whole. The fact that you're not speaking doesn't make the night any less complete. The fact that you're not thinking clearly doesn't mean something is wrong. Your shoulder has settled into the pillow's curve like a stone that forgot it was ever lifted. No effort required. Just warmth settling where pressure used to matter. The skin at your temple feels slightly thinner than before, not from dryness, but from the slow letting go of tension that had no name and never needed one. You don't have to measure how much has changed. It's enough that it did. The faintest shift in air flows near the baseboard. Not wind, not a draft. Just breath held too long by the room itself, and now released. Something old in the walls shifts without sound, plaster adjusting after years of holding stillness like a secret no one told it to keep. You can feel it more than hear it. A soft settling beneath your spine, as if the floor has finally remembered its own weight. There's a thread of light left near the window frame, not from outside, but caught in the glass itself, refracted through dust that hasn't moved since someone last wiped the sill. It lies there like a forgotten note no one bothered to read. You could count it if you wanted. 3 faint streaks, almost indistinguishable, but you don't. There's no point in naming what doesn't need recognition. Your hands are still, not because they've been told to be, not because of will or intention, but because the space between them has grown too full of quiet for motion. They rest like 2 halves of a single shape that no longer needs to close. The fingers aren't curled in readiness. They're just there, part of the air, part of the dark, part of what happens when nothing insists on being done. The clock above you isn't ticking anymore, not because it's broken, but because time has stopped trying to be heard. It doesn't matter if seconds pass or not. The room holds them all equally in its breath. A faint sound comes from outside. Someone closing a door far down the street. Not loud enough to rouse anyone. Just present like a sigh that never made it into words. You don't wonder who it was. You don't care where they went. It's only notice, an echo of life passing through without needing your attention. The air near the ceiling has cooled further. Not cold, but still cool in the way old paper is cool when you touch it after months on a shelf. There's no urgency to warm it back up. You don't need heat to feel safe. The body isn't asking for protection anymore, only permission to be soft. A memory of a voice comes without image or face, just tone and cadence. Something said once in the middle of an afternoon that didn't matter then and doesn't now. It drifts through like a shadow over a wall, not stopping, not lingering. You don't need to answer it. You don't even need to remember what was said. Your breathing has slowed so much that sometimes you stop for 3 seconds. Just pause between breaths, as if the air itself is waiting for something. And then it comes again, gentle and certain, like a leaf falling when no one's watching. The wall beside your head isn't white anymore. It's not gray or beige either. It has softened into its own kind of lightlessness. Neither dark nor bright. Just an absence that doesn't feel empty. There are faint lines in the surface where paint was once scraped away and never replaced. They're barely visible now, like scars from a conversation long ago. You don't have to decide what they mean. You don't need to understand why they're there.
or if anyone ever noticed them before. The fact that they exist, quietly, unobtrusively, is enough. Like the way dust gathers in corners no one cleans. It doesn't serve anything, but it's not nothing either. Your fingers have stopped twitching.
They aren't resting so much as dissolving into stillness. Not because they've given up moving, but because movement isn't required here anymore. The space between your skin and the blanket feels like a threshold that no longer needs crossing. Just existence on one side, without needing to be justified. The silence has depth now. It's not absence of sound. It's presence of quiet, so complete it feels heavy in its own right.
You could lie within it for hours and never hear yourself think again. A single thought about tomorrow passes through, not as an image or a plan, but just the barest suggestion. Something will happen, but it doesn't land. It slips past like water over stone, without leaving a mark. There's no need to hold on to it. You don't have to prepare for what hasn't arrived. The room has changed again. Not visibly, not in any way you could name, but in how your body feels inside of it. The air doesn't press against your skin like it used to. It just is. And so do you. There's a small imperfection on the ceiling, where a stain has spread slowly over years. Not mold, not damage, just discoloration that grew from some unseen moisture long gone. It spreads now in no particular direction, neither getting larger nor shrinking, just staying, as if it had decided to be part of the room. You don't need to know what caused it. You don't have to clean it or ignore it. You can simply notice a shape that wasn't there before and won't disappear tomorrow. It's not permanent, but it doesn't need to be. It just exists, like this moment, like your breath, like the way silence grows deeper when no one speaks.
The thought of being known, even by yourself, has softened into something smaller. Not gone, but thinning out like ink in water. You're not becoming invisible. You're simply realizing how little you need to be seen at all. Your toes have curled slightly inward without intention. Just a reflexive shift that no one will notice and no one needs to know about. It's not important enough to record, even for yourself. There's warmth in the hollow of your elbow, where it rests against the mattress, not from heat, but from time spent lying still.
The body remembers its own shape better than thought ever could. A faint vibration moves through the floorboards now, not from a passing car or footsteps, but from something deeper, older. The quiet pulse of the earth beneath the house. Slow and steady, as if it's been breathing this way for centuries, without needing anyone to listen. You don't have to understand it. You don't even have to feel it fully. It's enough that it's there. A kind of motion that doesn't ask to be acknowledged, just continues on its own path. The light from the street lamp is gone now completely. Not because it was turned off, but because darkness has absorbed it without resistance. There's no moment when it vanished. Only a growing fullness in the room where nothing needed to shine. Your mind hasn't stopped thinking, but thinking isn't working anymore. It's not trying to fix anything or find answers. It's just drifting like smoke over water, not rising, not falling, just being. There's no need to bring it back, no reason to pull it close. You don't have to worry about what happens if you forget yourself, because forgetting isn't losing. It's letting go of the idea that you needed to hold on in the first place. The room is full now, not with objects or thoughts, but with quiet, so complete, it feels almost like a kind of presence. Not someone there, just something here, existing without needing permission. Your hands are still where they fell. Your breath moves slower than before. The edge of your blanket has slipped just enough to reveal the curve of your ankle. Not because you meant for it, but because no one is there to pull it back into place. You don't need to correct anything. There's no rule that says things have to stay put or look a certain way.
You can be imperfect and still whole. You don't have to perform stillness. It doesn't require effort. You are not being held by anything now. Not by memory, not by expectation, not even by the weight of your own body lying where it fell. The air near the wall has grown still, no longer moving, just enough to stir dust, but holding its breath in a way that feels like permission. It's as if the room is learning how to exist without needing to be noticed. A thread from the curtain has come loose and hangs down between two slats of wood, swaying only when something passes through the space. Not air, not sound, just the slow drift of time itself, brushing against fabric that no longer remembers being neat. The floorboard beneath your hip creaks once, then stops. Not a complaint, not an invitation to shift, just a soft admission that it's been there all along and never needed to be fixed. You don't have to remember when you last moved or why you're lying where you are. The shape of the bed is no longer a map, but a memory of pressure, how your body once pressed into the surface. Not because it had to, but because that's what happened naturally when stillness took over. There's an indentation in the pillow where your head rested earlier. Not deep enough to call it permanent, but there. It holds warmth, even though you've stopped pressing into it. Not heat from inside, but memory of contact, like a footprint left behind after someone else has walked away. You can't see it, but you know it's there. And knowing doesn't change anything. Not how long it will last. Not whether anyone would recognize it if they saw it.
It simply remains part of the quiet geography of this place. The window is no longer a boundary between light and dark. It's just glass that lets silence pass through like water over stone. The sky outside hasn't changed shape or color, but something has shifted in how you experience what's beyond it. There's no need to guess at stars, or wonder if clouds are moving, or think about whether the moon is watching. You don't have to name what's out there. Not now. It doesn't matter that you can't see it. The absence isn't empty. It's full of its own kind of presence. A leaf from a tree near the house must have landed on the glass earlier, caught between frame and sill. You didn't hear it fall, didn't feel it there when you moved your hand across the edge. But now you know it's still sitting where it came to rest, one side pressed flat against the pane, the other curling slightly, like a slow breath held too long. It doesn't belong here, but it isn't trying to leave either. You don't have to decide if it should be gone or not. You don't even need to think about how it got there. That part of your mind, the one that wants to trace origins, assign meaning, has already softened into something smaller. It's no longer asking why this leaf is on the window. It just knows it's here. And you're not responsible for what happens next. The blanket has slipped further now, enough so that your ankle rests exposed to the air, but only slightly cooler than where your body touches the mattress. The difference isn't sharp or sudden, just a quiet transition from warmth to something almost imperceptible. Like light passing through old glass. Not clear, not dark, just changed. You don't have to pull it back. You don't even need to notice that you're aware of your ankle being uncovered. That awareness doesn't require correction or attention. It can simply be part of the quiet flow of sensation without needing a purpose. There's no reason to measure how long you've been lying like this. No clock ticking in the silence. No breath marking time with urgency. The passage of moments isn't something to keep track of anymore. You're not being kept by them, and they aren't keeping you. Time doesn't need your permission to move forward. It does so anyway, gently, without apology. The ceiling above has taken on a new texture in the dark. Not because anything changed there, but because your eyes no longer strain to see shapes or shadows.
They've stopped looking for meaning.
The wall beside you now seems less like a surface and more like an extension of stillness itself. Something that doesn't reflect light, but simply absorbs it without resistance. There's a crack in the plaster near the corner where two walls meet, so thin you wouldn't notice it during daylight. But in this quiet, when no sound breaks through, you can feel its presence, not as damage or flaw, but as an opening that never closed. It wasn't built to stay open, yet it has stayed for years. No one came to seal it. No one needed to. The air moves through it now and then. Not because there's a draft, but because the space itself allows passage. You don't have to wonder whether it will grow wider or disappear. You don't need to care if it's visible from another angle. It just is. Part of the room's quiet rhythm, like the way your breath slows when you stop trying to control it. There's a small dent in the wooden frame where something heavy once rested. Maybe a picture, maybe a shelf that was taken down years ago. You don't remember what it was. The shape remains, though, not deep enough to be called a flaw, but soft and worn from time. It holds no memory of its former load, only the ghost of weight. You're not responsible for filling in gaps or restoring what's missing. Not even your own thoughts need to stay whole. They can drift apart like sand on a shore, each grain separate, unconnected, moving without direction, but still part of something larger. You don't have to hold them together. Letting go doesn't mean losing. The silence isn't empty. It's full in its own way, not with noise or thought, but with the space between things that no longer need to be explained. It can be active in its absence. Your fingers are curled slightly around nothing now, resting on the blanket's edge, not pressing into it, just being there, not holding anything, not doing anything. The gesture doesn't need a reason. It simply happens. You don't have to decide what you're feeling right now. Whether it's peace or exhaustion or something else entirely isn't important. You can let the label go. Not because it was wrong, but because it no longer needs to be known. There's warmth in your wrist, where blood flows beneath skin, that doesn't need to be checked for signs of life anymore. It just moves.
Not fast, not slow, simply continuing, like water over stone or wind through trees that don't care if anyone hears them. The room has become something less than a place and more than nothing. An in-between space where thoughts don't build toward conclusions and feelings don't demand names. You're allowed to be here without having to be anything at all.
A single thread from your sleeve has come loose and is dangling near the edge of the mattress, catching lightly against the fabric as if trying to decide whether to fall or stay. It doesn't matter which it chooses. The moment isn't waiting for an answer. You're not becoming less real by letting go. You're simply realizing how much more real you can be without needing proof, without needing recognition from anyone else, including yourself. The idea that something must remain constant to exist is no longer true in this room. Nothing needs to stay the same. No object, no feeling, no thought. They all pass through like air or dust, not gone, but simply moving on their own path. You're allowed to be a shape without definition, a breath without direction, a moment that doesn't need to mean anything at all. There's nothing here you have to carry forward into tomorrow. Not the weight of yesterday. Not the hope for what might come. Nothing needs fixing. No one needs thanking or blaming. And no part of you has to be defended. The shadow on the wall has thinned where the light used to press against the edge of the ceiling. Not vanished, but softened into a memory of shape. Like ink bleeding slowly through paper that no longer needs to hold anything. The air in this room is still, but it's not motionless. There's a quiet weight to it, as though gravity has slowed just enough to let things settle without haste. You don't feel the need to measure how long you've been here. Not seconds, not minutes. Only that time has loosened its grip on your body and now flows like water through stones that no longer resist. The corner of your blanket has curled slightly upward at one edge, just enough to catch a draft from somewhere beneath the door. Not cold, never cold, but a breath passing by without purpose or arrival. It lifts the fabric for an instant, then lets it fall again, as if testing whether anything will notice. No one does. The movement doesn't require a reason. You don't need to hold your body in place anymore just because you're lying down. Your spine is allowed to soften where it meets the mattress, not by force, but by choice that no longer needs naming. There's a small crease near your elbow, where the skin has folded over itself for hours now. Not tight, not painful, only present.
It wasn't there an hour ago, and it won't be in another. The shape is temporary, like everything else here. Formed by pressure, then undone by stillness. You don't have to wonder why it's there or whether it will fade. You're simply aware of the fold as something that exists without explanation, like a cloud passing overhead at night when no one sees its path. The wall behind your head feels different than it did earlier. Not warmer, not cooler, but less defined. The paint has worn in patches where fingers once brushed against it, years ago or decades back. And now, those spots are fainter than memory.
They're not marks that need restoring, only traces of a presence no longer needed to be seen. You don't have to remember who touched the wall before you did. Just as you don't have to know what name your hand had when it rested on the edge of the mattress. The silence has grown deeper in patches where sound used to gather. Not because there's less noise outside, but because your attention no longer pulls toward any one direction. The city is still humming somewhere beyond the glass, distant and soft, like a song played through thick walls. You don't need to listen for it, or wonder what kind of night people are having out there. It flows beneath you now, not as something separate from you, but as part of the quiet rhythm that doesn't ask anything in return. There's a thread caught between two slats near your foot. One of those fine fibers pulled loose during a moment when nothing was being watched. It swings slightly with each shift of breath, not fast enough to be noticed unless you're looking for it. But even then, you wouldn't say it's moving toward anything or away from something. It simply is, suspended in the space between where things end and begin, Not quite falling, not quite staying. You don't need to decide if your thoughts are true or false anymore. Just as you no longer need to believe they're yours. They come and go like light across a surface that doesn't reflect anything back. A thought about a conversation from yesterday passes through the mind without knocking, then fades into the air between moments. Not gone, only unclaimed. The skin over your knuckles is soft in places, slightly dry in others. Not because it's aging or failing, but because it has learned how to be still. The edge of the ceiling where light once pooled is now darker than before. Not because darkness has grown stronger, but because what was bright has softened into something that no longer demands attention. The room isn't empty. It's full in a way that doesn't need filling, like space between stars or silence after music ends. The pattern on the wall above you, just faint enough to be noticed only when your eyes are closed, is shifting slightly. Not in image, but in presence. A few lines seem to have thinned out, as if time had brushed against them and smoothed their edges away. It's not that they've disappeared, it's that they're no longer claiming space. You don't need to carry the weight of how things were or how they might be. Just like you don't need to hold on to what you thought about a certain person earlier tonight. The moment passes, and so does its meaning. There's a quiet in your chest now. Not peace exactly, but something closer to absence. Not emptiness either, because there is still air moving through you, blood flowing without effort, nerves humming at a level below awareness. You're allowed to be the shape of breath without needing it to mean anything.
The wooden frame on the wall has settled into its own quiet, not warped, not cracked, just quieter than before. The slight dent near the top, where something once hung, is now part of the silence rather than a reminder of loss. It doesn't need to speak anymore.
Your shoulder rests against the mattress with no resistance, not sinking in, not lifting away, only being there as if it had never been asked to do anything else. There's no need for posture or strength. The body is allowed to be its own gravity now, just flowing into stillness without needing permission. A single thread from your sleeve has slipped further down the side of the bed, one end barely touching the floor, the other hanging in air. It doesn't tug at anything. It isn't trying to be found or fixed. It's simply where it is, and that's enough.
The room feels older than you do now. Not because time has passed differently here, but because everything within it has grown accustomed to silence as a kind of companion rather than an absence. There's no urgency in the way your breath moves through you. Just rhythm, steady and unremarkable. You don't need to decide whether the night will end soon or late, just as you don't need to know what tomorrow holds. The idea of time doesn't press against your mind anymore. It floats by like a leaf on water. Your fingers are still curled slightly around nothing, not clutching, not releasing, only resting in their own quiet way, There's no need for them to be doing anything at all. The space between thoughts has grown larger, not because you're thinking less, but because the mind has stopped needing to fill every gap with meaning. It can just wait, not impatiently, not anxiously. Simply allow each silence to stretch without fear of becoming hollow.
The room is neither warm nor cold, only still in a way that doesn't ask for anything in return. You don't need to fix it or change it or even notice it. Just lying here is enough. There's no demand on you to be more than this moment. Not better, not worse. Just present as something that moves through time without needing to prove itself. The air has settled around your skin like a slow breath exhaled from the world itself. Not loud, not soft, only there. You don't need to breathe it in or out.
It's already inside you, and no longer asks for attention. You are not a thing that must hold itself together, only a presence that has grown accustomed to being here without effort. The way dust motes drift in the faintest air current, never settling into any one place, yet still part of the room's quiet, is how you move through this hour now. No purpose in their path, no destination. They are not trying to reach anything. They simply exist within the slow breath of space. Your left foot rests flat against the edge of the blanket, not pressed down, not lifted up, only there, as if it had always known its place. The soul is warm from lying still too long, and when you shift slightly, a tiny ripple moves through the fabric, like a thought that starts but never finishes. It doesn't matter where it goes or what it means. No one needs to follow it. A faint hum, not from any machine, not from power lines, only from the way electricity flows quietly beneath the floorboards, humming just below hearing, as if the house itself is dreaming in low tones. You don't need to name it, nor listen for its source. It's part of the air you're breathing now. Not separate, not foreign, only another quiet pulse passing through stillness. Outside, a single window pane has cooled enough that condensation forms in patches along one edge. Not drops yet, just a soft gray film that blurs the streetlight's ghost into something formless. The city is asleep too, or at least pretending to be. Nothing stirs beyond the glass, but shadow and distance. Like memories you never remembered having.
You don't have to decide whether they're useful or true. They are simply moving across the inside of your skull, not marking territory, not trying to be kept. One idea slips forward like a leaf caught in a current, then fades into the backwash before it even lands. The clock on the nightstand has stopped. No hands, no numbers. Only silence where time should be. Not broken, just resting. The way your body feels now is how time moves when it's not being watched. It doesn't measure itself. It simply is. You don't have to count minutes or wait for hours to pass. There's no hurry in the way your breath sinks into you. Deep enough that it almost forgets where it began.
The corner of your blanket has curled up slightly at the foot of the bed, not from a draft, but from warmth rising through layers of fabric and skin. It doesn't need fixing. It isn't cold or wrong. It's just different now than it was an hour ago. Changed by what happened while you weren't looking. You don't have to remember everything that passed today. Not the words said, not the things left unsaid. Not even the feeling of standing too long in one place, waiting for something to shift. The mind doesn't need to carry those moments forward. Like stones in a pocket, they're already leaving you, quietly, without fanfare. The wall behind your head is smooth where it meets the ceiling, but there's a faint crack running down through paint that has dulled over time. Not wide enough to catch light, just deep enough to hold shadow. It doesn't need repair. No one ever noticed it before, and no one will now. The house knows its own shape better than any person could explain. Your hands are open on the sheet. Palms facing up. Fingers relaxed, but not limp. As if they've forgotten how to grip anything.
Not because they're weak, but because there's nothing left to hold on to that matters. You don't need them to do something important. They can just be still. The warmth between your knuckles is real, but it doesn't ask for meaning. A breeze stirs the curtain slightly, not enough to make a sound, only enough to pull one edge an inch farther from the frame, revealing the bare wall behind. Then it stops again. Nothing changes, except that now there's a sliver of darker space where light used to fall. It doesn't matter if it stays or goes. The room isn't waiting for anything.
The air near your neck is still, not cool, Not hot, just resting against skin, like something that has been there longer than you have. You don't need to adjust the collar of your shirt. You're allowed to be exactly as you are in this moment. No posture required, no performance. The silence isn't empty. It's full of everything that doesn't need a name. The last trace of streetlight has gone from the ceiling entirely. Not vanished, but become part of the dark itself. It didn't disappear with force or noise. It simply stopped being visible, like a word spoken too softly to hear. The room now holds light in its absence, rather than its presence.
Your left ear is slightly pressed into the pillow, not tight, just close enough that you feel the soft weight of your own head without effort. There's no need for clarity or focus. You don't have to understand what it means to be here, only to allow yourself to be felt in this way, as if your body were a place where quiet could finally rest. The fabric of the pillowcase has worn thin at one spot near the center, not from use, but from time. It's thinner than the rest, almost translucent now, when light passes through it. You can't see through it fully, only feel the difference in texture beneath your cheek. No need to replace it. The wear is part of its story. You don't have to decide if this feeling, this quiet being, will last until morning or fade before dawn.
A thread from your shirt has worked its way free again, this time near your shoulder blade. Not tangled, not pulling, just dangling loosely between skin and fabric. You don't have to tuck it in. It's allowed to be out of place. The room doesn't care if things are tidy or aligned. The floorboards creak faintly somewhere down the hall. A single sound that settles into silence, like a word spoken too softly for anyone else to hear. No one answers. No one needs to. It isn't an alarm or a warning. Just part of the house, breathing in its sleep. Your mind doesn't need to be fixed, cleaned, organized, or made peaceful.
isn't something you have to earn.
You're allowed to rest without permission, not because you've done enough, but simply because you are here. You don't have to think about tomorrow, or yesterday, or even the day before that. The past is already slipping away like water through fingers. The future hasn't arrived yet. Neither one needs your attention now. There is a stillness in how your breath moves through you. Not forced, not monitored, just flowing as if it had always known its way. No need to be aware of it. No need to change it. It's already doing what it does best, keeping the body alive without asking for recognition. The darkness isn't cold or heavy. It doesn't press down on you. It simply surrounds like water around a stone that has long since stopped resisting. You're not trying to rise through it. You don't have to fight your way out. You can sink into it. Let go of the idea that you must stay above. Your fingers are still open, one resting slightly over the edge of the sheet, not touching anything, just being. They aren't reaching for anything. They're not holding on. There's no need for them to be doing anything at all. The air near your neck has grown still, not because you've stopped moving, but because motion is no longer required. The small shift in pressure when your shoulder settles deeper into the mattress isn't a signal to adjust. It's just one more thing that passes without needing correction. There's a thread of warmth rising from your collarbone, faint and slow, like heat seeping up through stone after hours of shadow. You don't need to trace it or name its source. Let it be what it is, a quiet pulse beneath the skin, not urgent, not significant, just present. The window pane has cooled since last hour. You can feel it now in the air that slips between curtains, lightless and cool, like breath drawn through closed lips. It doesn't carry meaning. It doesn't ask for attention. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things too small to be noticed until they've already passed. Not moving, just suspended, as if time had paused between one breath and the next.
The edge of your blanket has curled inward over the mattress seam, a fold that wasn't there before. Or perhaps it was always there, unnoticed until now. It's not wrong. It doesn't need fixing. The shape
is its own kind of resting. You don't have to smooth it out, tuck it back in, or decide whether you prefer straight edges. There's no rule about how a blanket should lie. No one will judge if it rests crooked. A sound from outside, not loud, barely more than the space between heartbeats, like the soft scrape of a branch brushing against glass. It doesn't need to be answered. It doesn't demand you wake. It's just part of the dark speaking in fragments, saying nothing and everything all at once. You don't have to decide if it means something or not. Let it stay unclaimed. There's a spot on your wrist where the skin is thinner. Not from injury, but from time alone. Light passes through it differently now, like a moment of transparency in an otherwise opaque world. The color beneath isn't red exactly. More like the inside of a closed eye when light presses against it. It doesn't glow or pulse, just exists as part of you, unchanged by your awareness. You don't have to carry any idea about who you are through this moment. You're not being tested on memory, identity, consistency, or continuity. No one is asking whether the person you were earlier still matches the one lying here in darkness. The self isn't a thing that must be preserved. It's already shifting, quietly, steadily, without resistance. The clock face across the room has long since gone dark. Not because it stopped working, but because its light was never meant to last. It doesn't matter if it still counts seconds or not. Time hasn't been measured here for a while. You don't need to know how much of the night remains. The hours aren't stacked against you. They aren't waiting to be used up. Your left hand has drifted slightly lower, fingers now resting on the edge of the sheet. Palm open, nothing held, nothing expected. It doesn't reach for anything. There's no intent behind it. The shape is loose, as if letting go were its natural posture. You don't have to remember what you wanted earlier. Wanting isn't a debt that must be paid. A single thread from the blanket has come unraveled along the side seam. Not pulled too far, not tangled or frayed.
It dangles just beyond your reach, swinging slightly with no force behind it, like something released and unclaimed. You don't have to tuck it in. There's no need to return it to its place. It can hang where it is. The air near the floor has changed. Not cold, but denser somehow, as if weight had settled into the space between breaths. It doesn't press down. It just fills what was previously empty. You don't have to fill anything in return. There's no obligation to respond. Your eyelids are closed, not shut tight, but resting against each other like two halves of a quiet seal. They aren't holding back light or thoughts. They're simply doing what they do best, keeping the inside world still while the outside continues its slow passage. The shape your body makes beneath the blanket isn't a posture you've chosen. It's not intentional,
Nor is it accidental. It's just how you rest when no one is watching. A hunched curve of warmth and gravity, pulling downward without protest. There's a quiet pressure behind your left ear where it meets the pillow. Not tight, but there. A point of contact that doesn't demand attention. You don't have to analyze it or adjust for comfort. It just is.
Like the way air moves through old wooden beams when no one is near. The wall beside you has cooled further. A slow seep from outside into the room. Not sudden, not startling. The difference isn't sharp enough to be felt as cold. It's more like absence, like memory of temperature that lingers in material. You don't have to remember what you said yesterday. You don't need to recall the tone or intent behind a word spoken hours ago. Words are already becoming echoes, not lost, but softened into background noise. Just part of the air you breathe now. There's no rule about how long stillness should last. No one is counting. The silence doesn't demand completion or meaning.
It simply stays, like dust on an old shelf, unbothered by time. Your breath has slowed again, not because you told it to, but because the body knows when effort isn't needed. It flows as if guided from within, not controlled. You don't have to guide it. It's already moving through you without resistance. A soft shift in your hip, not a correction, not an attempt to find comfort. Just weight, settling into its own shape, like stone sinking slowly into sand. There's no need for you to be present in any particular way. No requirement that you stay aware, or awake, or thinking. You can rest where you are, without needing permission from your thoughts, your body, or the world around you.
The thread of light from outside, not the street lamp anymore, but a fainter glimmer now, almost gone. It doesn't matter whether it fades completely. It's already part of what has been felt and released. You don't have to carry anything forward. Not a thought, not a decision, not a memory. Everything that was held is being gently let go. Not because it's forgotten, but because it no longer needs to be kept.
The dark isn't waiting for you to wake up. It isn't holding its breath. It doesn't care whether you're still here or gone. It simply is, full of quiet and absence and space that has never asked for recognition. There's a moment when your shoulder shifts just slightly, not enough to disturb sleep, but enough to change the way warmth moves through you. You don't need to notice it. You don't have to name it. Let it pass like a breath unspoken. Your fingers remain open, not clenched or reaching, just resting in their own shape, as if they'd learned how to be still without trying. The air holds its weight differently now. Not heavy, but full of things that are no longer urgent. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to stay awake. You don't have to remember who you were when the room was lit. There's nothing here you must hold tonight. A faint ripple runs through the ceiling where the light once pooled. Not movement, not change, just a slow surrender to the dark's quiet weight. The edge of the glow has blurred into something that isn't quite shadow and isn't quite presence. It lingers like breath, held too long in the throat. Not gone, not here, but somewhere between. You don't have to name it. You don't need to decide if it was real or imagined. It simply is a memory of light shaped by absence.
The wooden floor beneath the bed has cooled further now.
Though you can no longer feel that coolness as temperature. It's more like stillness that remembers cold. A deep quiet in the grain where time has pressed down without sound. The house settles around you, not with creaks, but with release. A slow letting of breath into the air between walls, like something finally relaxing after holding itself up for years. You don't have to be aware of it.
It doesn't ask that you notice. Your left hand rests slightly higher than your right. Not because you've moved it, but because gravity has shifted in its own quiet way. The fingers are relaxed, the thumb curled just enough to meet the palm without pressure. They aren't seeking anything. They don't need to be doing something. Their shape is already full of rest. There's a softness around your wrist where skin meets fabric. Not tight, not loose, but simply there, like the way cloth holds its own shadow when hung in half light. Outside, the street lamp has vanished entirely. Not because it went out, but because the dark has grown thicker than light ever was.
You don't know if it's on or off now. It doesn't matter. The room no longer needs to answer that question. There's a space between things where nothing is demanded, neither presence nor absence. You are lying in the same shape you were when your eyes first closed, but not the same person who began the night. Not because of any decision or shift, but because time has moved through you without asking permission. A thought about someone's name, a word spoken once and now gone. It slips from memory like dust falling from a shelf. No effort to hold it. No need to remember whether they meant well or not. The meaning isn't lost. It's just no longer necessary.
The air in the room carries its own weight, but not heavy. More like a soft pressure that has always been there, like water beneath stone. It moves slowly through your ears,
past your skull, into the quiet behind your eyes. You don't have to feel it. You don't have to track where it goes. It flows without direction, like rain absorbed by soil. A faint scent lingers, not of soap or fabric or anything you can name.
Just a trace. Something that might be old paper, or worn linen, or the quiet after snowfall in an empty yard. Not sharp enough to notice clearly. Not present long enough to fix. It fades before it can be recognized. Your breath has settled into the rhythm of not needing to be noticed. Not deep, not shallow, but just moving through you, as if the body had forgotten how to make noise. There's no effort in it now. No sense that it must be controlled or guided. The muscles along your neck have unknotted themselves into something lighter than memory. You don't need to know where they were before or how they got here. They're just no longer holding. There's a place behind your right eye. Not pain, not pressure. Just a quiet sensation, like the afterglow of a distant light that never quite reached you. Not real enough to name, not strong enough to disturb. It stays there like a faint echo in a room with no one inside. The pillow beneath your head has settled into its own soft curve, worn by time and touch. You don't have to adjust it. The shape of the indentation is already yours. Not because you made it, but because you've been lying here long enough for it to become part of what happens when you rest. Your thoughts no longer rise like smoke from a fire. They drift now like ash in still air,
slow, drifting, unimportant. There's nothing they need to prove or explain. They don't require your attention. You don't have to give them any weight. They can be there and not matter at all.
The wall near the foot of the bed is cooler than it was an hour ago, but you don't feel that coolness as a sensation. It's more like feeling the absence of heat in wood that once held warmth. Not cold, just empty space where energy had been. Like a memory of being warm, left behind after someone walked away. You're no longer thinking about whether this is working or if you'll fall asleep. The idea has slipped through your awareness without leaving a mark. There's no need to verify anything. No confirmation required. You don't have to be sure that the dark is safe or that stillness will last. It doesn't matter. There's nothing here that demands being named.
Nothing that must be held, explained, or returned to later. Even your name. Just a sound you made once in response to someone else's voice has faded into background air. Not lost, but no longer necessary. You don't need to remember the shape of your face. You don't have to know what it looked like when the room was lit. The contours are still there beneath skin and bone, but they aren't important now. They're just part of a body that has stopped trying to be something specific. The silence isn't waiting for you to speak. It doesn't need your voice to fill it. It's not empty. It's full of things that don't require names.
Full of the kind of quiet that doesn't apologize for being there, doesn't explain itself, doesn't ask permission to exist. You are allowed to be unimportant here. Not in a harsh way, not as rejection, but simply as truth. You're not required to matter tonight. The room does not depend on your presence. The dark does not need you to stay awake. There's no purpose that must be fulfilled by being this particular person.
Even the thought of needing to wake up, the idea of tomorrow arriving with its list and demands, has softened into something like fog in a valley. Thick but distant, barely touching the ground. You don't have to push it away or welcome it. It just is, and you are not responsible for what happens next. The breath moves through you without needing a reason. The dark holds your body without asking anything in return. There's no debt owed, no obligation carried forward. Just space. Deep, slow, full of things that don't need to be done or remembered. You don't have to know who you are when the light is gone. You don't have to define yourself by what you've said or failed to say.
The self isn't something fixed in a jar. It's more like weather passing through an open doorway, changing, drifting, leaving no mark behind except the quiet it left in its wake. The air holds your shape without trying to keep it.
Your body remains where it is, not because you're holding on, but because nothing is pulling you away. No one is calling you back. You are simply here, not needed anywhere else, not required to be anything more than what is happening right now. There's no need for closure, no ending that must be reached. The quiet isn't leading towards sleep like a path. It's already there. You don't have to walk into it. You're already inside of it.
The last trace of the streetlight has dissolved, not with a snap or fade, but like mist rising from earth after rain. Not gone, just no longer visible. The ceiling holds only shadow now, and that shadow doesn't care if you're watching. The air moves without direction now, not drifting toward anything, not pulling you into a shape or a sound. It simply is. A slow breath, drawn through space, that does not belong to any one body.
You are not the source of its motion, nor its destination. The stillness isn't waiting for your surrender. It's been here longer than your arrival ever was. There's no moment when you entered it, only moments where you stopped trying to leave. The weight of the blanket is less a covering than an echo of warmth left behind by something that passed through, like footprints in snow that melt before anyone sees them. You don't have to carry the memory of how it felt when you first settled into this place. The feeling was real enough at the time. But now, even that has loosened its grip, not vanished, just no longer pressing against your skin.
The wall opposite holds no image now, only shadow so deep it doesn't seem like absence, but presence in another form. A dark that does not hide anything, because nothing is trying to be hidden. You don't have to protect yourself from what might emerge from its depth. It's already been there long before you knew how to name the room. You notice how small your thoughts are becoming, not shrinking with effort, but softening into silence, like ink dropped in water. They do not pool or spread. They dissolve into the quiet without residue. The thought that wanted to worry about tomorrow is still present, yes, but it's no longer urgent. It floats somewhere near the ceiling, a shape of air you might have seen once if you turned your head. But you don't turn, you let it be. There was never anything to fix. There is nothing here that must be corrected or made whole. The day has not failed because it ended without resolution. Nor does the night fail for being uneventful. It simply continues, as all things do, quietly, endlessly, without needing your attention. Even the sound of distant traffic, faint and muffled behind walls, is no longer a signal that something outside still demands you listen. It's just air moving in waves through space, like breath passing between rooms where no one lives. You don't have to interpret it. There's no message embedded in its rhythm. No warning, no invitation. The corners of the room are not sharp anymore. They've softened into a kind of memory that doesn't belong to any person, only to time itself. The edges of things lose their insistence over time. A chair left in shadow becomes less an object and more a suggestion. There was someone here once, but even that isn't necessary now. Your hands lie still, not because you've decided they should, but because the space around them doesn't ask for motion. There's no reason to shift or adjust. The body remembers its resting shape without being reminded. It knows how to be present in a way that does not require attention. The floor beneath the bed is cool, but not cold, just quiet. Not waiting to be stepped on, not asking to be acknowledged. You don't have to feel it through your souls. You are not responsible for its temperature or texture. The room doesn't need you to notice every detail of where you are. There's no story being told here, only a slow letting go, sentence by sentence, breath by breath, as if the mind were untying knots that weren't even tied in the first place. There was never an order to maintain, no script to follow, no role to play beyond this moment of stillness. You are not asked to become anything different tonight. Not calmer, not lighter, not more peaceful. You're simply allowed to be less fixed, less certain, less sure that you must remain this version of yourself through the night. The idea of a self doesn't need to stand in one place anymore. It can drift like dust stirred by wind and then settle again. Not into form, but into space. Not lost, just unclaimed. Even your name has stopped being spoken inside. Not erased, not forgotten. It's simply no longer necessary as an anchor. You don't have to carry it through the dark because you're already home in a way that doesn't require words. The ceiling is flat now, not white, not painted, just shadow without texture. No lines to follow, no patterns to decipher. It holds nothing but stillness, and that's enough. There is no need for silence to be meaningful or purposeful. It doesn't have to serve anything. It can exist simply because it does. Like a leaf floating on water, not striving to reach the shore. The dark isn't resisting your presence. It's not rejecting you for being too loud or too quiet. It has never asked who you are. It doesn't care if you're asleep or awake. It holds both states with equal ease, without favoring one over the other. You don't need to know what happens next. Even if it were possible to see it, that knowledge would not change anything now. The future is already here in this moment, in the way your breath slows without effort, in how time folds into itself and doesn't ask for permission. There's no boundary between you and the air around you anymore.
You don't have to keep yourself contained within a shape. You're not holding on to anything, not even to the idea of being you. The sense of separation fades quietly, like heat rising from pavement after rain. Not gone, just no longer pressing. The room does not care if you are thinking or not thinking. It holds both equally. You don't have to choose between awareness and sleep. They can coexist without conflict. There's no need for closure, no ending that must be reached. The night isn't a journey towards something else. It is its own destination, already complete in every passing second. You are not required to understand anything tonight. Not why you're here, not where this quiet comes from, not how long it will last. You don't need to know the name of what's happening. You only need to allow it. The light is gone. Not extinguished, just no longer visible. And in its absence, there's room for things that cannot be seen, but can still be felt. A kind of fullness without form, a presence without shape, an awareness that doesn't depend on recognition. You don't have to do anything with it. You don't have to hold on to the feeling or make meaning from it. It simply is, like air in your lungs. Not something you control, but something you are allowed to receive. There's no one here asking for proof of who you are. No test to pass, no record to keep. The dark doesn't demand anything, only space. And so you let go. Not with force, not with intention. Just as a leaf lets fall when the branch has stopped holding on. It does not struggle against gravity.
Only the quiet certainty that whatever is happening isn't breaking or failing. It's only becoming less fixed, more open, more like air itself, moving without purpose, staying without effort. You are not being erased. You're just no longer trying to be something specific. Not a person with plans. Not someone who must arrive somewhere. Not even someone who needs to know they exist. The mind doesn't need answers tonight. It only needs stillness, and that is already here. And you are simply breathing. Just this. Just now.
The ceiling has stopped being a surface. It is no longer a plane where light once gathered or shadows pooled. Now it is only an absence shaped like sky. Not empty, not full, just waiting to be what the dark allows. The edge of the street lamp's reach has thinned beyond memory. There is no boundary between where it ended and where you began. You don't need to mark that line anymore. It doesn't matter whether your breath touched the air or if the room exhaled back at you. What matters is how soft everything feels. Like dust, settling on glass long after the storm has passed. The silence isn't silent. Not really. It's full of what can't be named.
Not sound, not thought, but a kind of listening that happens without ears. It's the quiet between one pulse and the next in your blood. The space where no word is spoken and still something is said. You don't need to understand what it means. Just let it move through you like a slow current underwater. Unseen, undisturbed by weight or speed. There's nothing to catch, nothing to hold against the wall of your chest. Your shoulder rests on the pillow, not as resistance, but as release. The shape that was once called you has softened into something that fits better than it ever did before. Not smaller, not weaker, just less fixed.
Like clay left in the rain, slowly turning to earth again. You are no longer building a form around yourself. There's no effort to stay upright. No need to remain where you were an hour ago. The body remembers what the mind forgot. That stillness is not failure, but return. The air doesn't ask anything of your lungs. It stays when you stop breathing for a moment and flows back in without demand or urgency. You don't have to guide it. You don't need to make sure it's coming or going correctly. Just let it happen. Like light through a cracked shutter, passing where it wants. Not because you invited it, but simply because that is what it does.
lie still, not because they're tired, but because the world has stopped asking them to do anything at all. There's no purpose in stretching, no reason to press into the sheet or pull it closer. The hand rests as if it belongs there, not for you, but simply because that is where it is meant to be. The dark isn't cold. It doesn't hold temperature like glass or metal. It just is, and in being so, it becomes warmth. Not the kind that comes from a heater or sunlight, but a quiet presence that fills without heat, like memory returning after years of silence. You don't have to be anyone now. No identity is required. There is no role to fulfill, no name to wear, no past to defend. You are not asked to explain yourself, to justify your existence, or even to feel grateful for being here. The night doesn't want anything from you, only that you stay. The ceiling continues its slow fade into the dark, not as loss, but as release. There's no moment when it vanishes completely, only a gradual surrender of shape, like ink dissolving in water. You don't watch for it to disappear. You simply notice how little matter is left in what once seemed solid. You don't need a cause or an ending for it to be real. The softness isn't earned. It doesn't require effort. It's just what happens when no one is trying to change anything anymore. When there is nothing left to fix. Your thoughts come and go like dust motes in slow motion, drifting through air that has forgotten how fast things should move. They don't matter, not because they're unimportant, but because they are not needed here. There's no task for them, no job. You can let them drift by without catching one, even the ones that feel important. There is no need to keep track of time. The hours aren't counting down toward anything. They don't matter in this place where everything moves at its own pace, and none are late or early. Time doesn't rush forward here. It lingers like a hand on your shoulder, not pushing you away, just being there. The space between your thoughts is no longer empty. It's full of something that can't be named, but feels familiar. The kind of quiet that has always been waiting beneath words, beneath meaning, beneath needing to know anything at all. You are not separate from it. You don't have to reach toward peace or chase after stillness. You are already inside it, not as a guest, not as someone trying to fit in, but simply because you belong here, wherever this is. The dark doesn't demand your attention. It doesn't need you to be awake, nor does it want you to sleep. It only allows what is already happening, and that includes the way your breath slows without intention, like water settling into stillness after a storm. You don't have to decide whether you're tired or not. That's no longer part of this moment. You are neither resisting nor surrendering. Just being in a way that doesn't require explanation. The room holds your shape as if it had always known how to fit around you. Not because it changed, but because you stopped trying to change yourself. There's no effort in breathing now. It happens without notice, like roots growing underground where no one sees them. Your thoughts don't need names anymore. They drift through the air unclaimed, like leaves that fell long ago and were never picked up. You don't have to care who they belonged to or what they meant. The space around you isn't quiet because it's empty. It's full of presence without form. Not absence, not silence,
but something older than both. The kind of stillness that doesn't come from doing nothing, but from being already enough. You don't need to be somewhere else to find peace. You are not lost in this dark. You're not waiting for dawn or rescue.
The night is not a test. It's only what happens when no one tries to control the way things pass through. There's room here, and you are already inside of it. Not as an occupant, but as part of its breath. No need to claim the space. No need to make yourself fit. You just are. Not in spite of silence, but because of it. The ceiling is no longer a surface. It's only shadow without purpose. Like a memory that doesn't serve anything anymore, and so it remains anyway. You don't have to be present for the night to continue. The dark will go on even if you forget its name. You are not required to hold onto any part of this moment.
Not the stillness, not the warmth, not the way your body dissolves into the mattress without effort. The light from outside has slipped past the edge of the ceiling now. No longer a glow, just a softness that doesn't belong anywhere anymore. It hangs like breath on glass after someone has exhaled slowly through their mouth. Not cold, not warm, only there until it isn't. You don't watch it go. You feel its absence as a kind of letting fall. The way dust settles into corners where no one remembers to clean. There's no reason for you to stay awake in this moment. There is also no reason to sleep.
The space between those two states has become something else. Not waiting, not resisting, just being. A pause that doesn't ask anything of your body or mind. It only holds you as it does, like a hand laid gently on the back of your neck when you don't know what's coming, but don't need to know. The walls are no longer boundaries. They've softened into something quieter. Not porous exactly, but unhurried in their presence. You can feel them without measuring how close they are.
There is room between where your body ends and the air begins. And that space isn't empty. It's full of stillness that doesn't move toward you or away. It just is, like the way a single note lingers after music stops. Not fading, but existing in its own quiet shape. You don't have to name what it is. You can let it be without knowing where it came from or why it stays. The air has weight now, not heavy, but full of something slow and old. Like the way a blanket remembers warmth even when no one's been under it for hours. It doesn't need you to notice. It only needs you to stop pushing against it. Your body is not doing anything special right now.
It isn't trying to relax or lie still or fall asleep. It has simply stopped pretending that it must be in control of itself at all times. The way your arm rests by your side, the fingers slightly curled, the palm facing up, doesn't mean you've made a decision about how to hold yourself. It means something else, that you no longer need to decide. There is no instruction coming from inside you, no voice saying do this or be like that. There's only the quiet hum of what remains when all effort stops, and even that doesn't demand attention. You can let it stay unclaimed, like a footstep in snow that isn't yours, not erased, just not remembered by anyone who walked before. The corner where your shoulder meets the pillow has softened into a shape that fits you without change. It's not perfect. There are no adjustments to make. The way the weight settles is not something you arranged or approved of. It simply happened as it always does. One small shift after another, each barely noticed until they add up to comfort. Your breath moves like water through a narrow channel in rock. Slow, low, following its own path without needing to know where it goes. There's no urgency in the air you take or release. It doesn't matter how long between them. The space between one and the next isn't waiting for anything. It's only what comes before the next moment arrives. You are not behind. You are not ahead. There is no line to cross, no finish that demands your attention. Time has folded into itself here. It doesn't stretch forward or pull backward. It rests in the way a river slows when it reaches flat ground, where the current knows better than to rush. There's nothing left to fix and nothing new to build. The day is not returning with its weight. No one is coming to ask you anything. Even the thoughts that used to feel urgent, those faint flickers of worry or memory about what might happen tomorrow, have settled into the background like leaves in a stream. They drift without meaning, without urgency, and without needing anyone to care for them. You don't need to hold on to your name tonight. You can let it float just beneath awareness, not lost, but no longer necessary. The person you are right now isn't someone who needs to be named or confirmed. There's no one watching from outside to say yes or no. There is only the feeling of being, not as a role, not as an identity, but simply as what happens when nothing else demands your attention. The silence isn't quiet because it lacks sound. It's full of something that has never needed words. The way the floor feels under bare feet even when you're lying down, or how a shadow moves across the wall without being noticed until it's already gone. These are not signs of absence. They are proof of presence. You don't need to be in charge of your thoughts. You can let them pass through like birds flying over land you've never seen. They leave no trace behind, and even if one lingers just a little longer than the others, it doesn't have to mean anything. It's not important who or what they were about. You are not required to understand their path. The way your skin feels against the sheets is not something you arranged. It isn't effortful. It's only what happens when pressure meets softness without resistance. The warmth beneath your body doesn't grow or shrink. It just is, like a breath held for too long, but not tense, not holding on, just continuing. There are no questions left to ask about yourself. No need to check whether you're good enough, awake enough, tired enough. You don't have to wonder if this is real or dreamlike, because it isn't either. It's something older. The way light falls after sunset, when nothing else needs to be answered. You don't have to stay in this moment, but you also don't have to leave it. There's no pull from elsewhere. No reason to go back to anything that used to matter so much. The past doesn't call out. The future hasn't arrived yet. Only what is happening now. And even that isn't something you're doing. It's only allowing.
There's a stillness in the air that feels like it has always been here, waiting for no one, but present anyway. You don't have to become part of it. You never were separate from it. It simply knows how to hold things without holding on. Like water in a cup that doesn't spill because nothing is asking it to stay put. Your mind isn't working anymore. Not really. There's no plan forming, no image being built, just a soft drift, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but into the space between them, where there's room for both, and neither needs to win. You don't have to choose. You only have to let go of needing to choose. The dark doesn't ask you to be anything. It doesn't want you to feel calm or peaceful or even aware. It only lets things happen as they do, like a hand that rests on your arm without saying anything, and stays there until it's time to move. You don't need to remember what you were thinking an hour ago. You don't have to keep track of how many thoughts passed by, or whether any were important. They've all already left their mark. Not in words, but in the way your body feels now, like something soft and old has settled inside you. The ceiling is just shadow again. The air is full of nothing that needs naming. Your breath moves without instruction. Your thoughts don't need to be followed. You are not a thing trying to be somewhere else. You're only this, the quiet after the last sound, before anything new begins. And you can stay here, even if it's just for a moment, or longer, or however long the dark allows. The light that was once a square on the ceiling has softened into something else. Not less, but different. It is no longer bright enough to name, only present, like a memory of brightness remembered by the room itself. The edges have blurred, as if the air had grown slow and thick with dust, or the wall forgot where it began. You don't need to see the shape anymore. There's no reason to measure how much remains. What stays is not what you chose. It simply persists in its own way, like a quiet habit of being. The shadow from earlier, the one that moved without sound, has settled into the corner now, folded quietly against the wall, as if it had grown tired. It doesn't announce itself anymore. It no longer means anything, not even to you. And yet, it is still there, like breath after a long silence, like the space between two heartbeats when nothing is expected. Your shoulder presses into the pillow with a kind of patience that isn't effort. The fabric has taken your shape without asking, like soil accepting roots over time. It doesn't hold you back or pull you forward. It only knows how to be what meets pressure and let go when the weight shifts. You are not fighting its softness. You're just allowing it. The air in this room isn't moving much, not enough for a ripple. But something is happening anyway. A slow shift of temperature near your neck, like the way warmth spreads from one breath into another without being noticed until it's already everywhere. It doesn't announce itself with heat or cold, just presence. And you don't have to know where it came from. Your thoughts aren't arriving now. They're not waiting in line or gathering for a meeting. They've stopped making appointments. There is no schedule, no urgency. Nothing needs to be said before sleep comes. Because sleep isn't an event that arrives after something else happens. It's already here. You just haven't noticed it yet. The floor beneath you doesn't need your attention. The wood has been still for hours, perhaps longer than any of this moment can name. It remembers nothing of the day's footsteps. It hasn't kept a record of who walked where or how fast. All that remains is a kind of silence built into its grain, not empty, but full with what isn't being said. Your hands lie on top of your body like two small things that have stopped trying to be useful. They don't need to do anything. Not even rest properly. They're only allowed to stay where they are, and the room lets them. No correction, no judgment, just space for their quiet shape. A temporary arrangement of flesh and bone that doesn't ask for purpose. The sound outside has gone beyond being heard. It's no longer something you can follow or place. It's not even a memory of noise anymore. It's just part of the air, like dust in light, like weightlessness. You don't need to know what it was, whether someone walked by or a car passed down the street, or if any word could have been spoken. There is no difference between listening and not listening now. The sound isn't louder or quieter. It's only there, like time passing without needing a clock. Your eyelids don't need to be closed. They're already shut, not because you decided it, because they know how to stay that way when the rest of you is still enough. There's no effort in the darkness behind your eyes, no control required. The corners of this room are not empty, but neither are they full. They hold something softer than absence, a kind of waiting that isn't anxious, because there's nothing it's waiting for. It just waits, like a word that doesn't need to be spoken yet. You don't have to remember how you got here. You weren't meant to arrive at any particular place tonight. Not even the one where sleep begins. There is no beginning or end in this quiet. Only continuation, not effort, not direction. Only the way something continues when it isn't being pushed. The blanket doesn't need your permission to stay warm. It's already doing what it does, holding heat without trying to keep you from losing it. You don't have to be afraid of letting go. The warmth doesn't depend on how much you want it, only that you're here, still enough to feel it. The breath beneath your ribs moves like a small tide in a place no one visits anymore. Not even the mind remembers its name. It just rises and falls without needing an explanation, without asking for anything back. You are not trying to become something else. You're not becoming quiet because you want to sleep. You're not turning inward to escape. You're simply staying, allowing what is already happening to go on, as if the night had always known your body's rhythm, even before you did. There is no need for silence to be perfect. It doesn't have to be complete or absolute. The quiet in this room isn't a space that must remain untouched. It can contain small noises, the creak of wood, the shift of fabric, the faintest rustle from outside, and still feel like deep stillness. You don't need to protect your peace. You aren't guarding it against interruption. The night doesn't ask you to defend anything. There is no war with distraction or desire. No battle between being awake and sleeping. Just a slow turning inward, not toward any goal, but simply because the motion feels like home. The wall isn't listening. It has never promised to hear you, but it lets your thoughts pass through anyway, without judgment, without response, without needing to take them in, like wind flowing over stone that doesn't know how to answer. Your skin doesn't remember yesterday's touch. Not the way a memory might. It only knows what happens now. When air meets warmth, when fabric presses lightly against muscle and nerve, the sensation isn't tied to any moment before this one. It just is. The room holds your shape without claiming it.
It doesn't say, "You are here," or "This belongs to you." It simply lets the outline of your body exist in its space, like a footprint left behind after rain, not erased by time, but softened into the earth. No decision needs making now. No choice between staying awake and falling asleep. You don't have to choose what kind of night this is. The air already knows how to hold you without asking anything in return. There's no need to be present for yourself anymore. Not even as a duty, not as an act of care. You are just being, not doing, not performing, not maintaining. Just allowing the body to be what it is. Still, warm, quiet, and unasked. The ceiling doesn't mind that you aren't thinking. It holds no expectation about how many thoughts you should have, or whether they've been useful. It simply knows how to stay where it is, like a hand that rests on your shoulder without knowing what to say. Your body isn't trying to be quiet. It's not working toward stillness. It's just stopped needing to prove anything. The effort to be something has dissolved into the way warmth settles in the hollows of your arms, or how your breath slows without direction. You are not a person who must hold onto thoughts, even if they were yours once. Not even your own feelings need protection.
They've already passed through you like rain over stone, and left no mark beyond what lingers now. A softness in the air, a quiet pressure where weight meets rest. The dark doesn't care whether you're awake or dreaming. It holds both without favoring one. It's not waiting for your mind to catch up. It just is, like breath that lasts longer than it needs to, simply because there's no reason to stop. You don't have to be ready. There's no requirement to wake up tomorrow feeling better, stronger, clearer. No need to arrive at some new version of yourself. The night isn't asking for transformation. It only asks you to stay just long enough for the next breath, and the one after that, until even thinking becomes something that can be left behind. A shadow slips across the ceiling now, slow as a hand drawn through dust, not moving toward anything, just passing, uninvited and unclaimed. The shape doesn't announce itself. It arrives like breath held too long in the throat. Quiet, inevitable. Then gone before you name it. You don't have to track its path. You aren't asked to follow or resist. It is only a shift in the way light gathers. Not more, not less, just different. The wall behind you has no memory of where your eyes were an hour ago. It doesn't recall the angle at which your head rested, nor how long your gaze lingered on one patch of paint that looked like smoke. It holds nothing from before this moment, not even a trace of pressure. The surface is not a mirror. It does not reflect what you've been or where you've come from. It simply continues to be, its texture unchanged, the grain of it still as if no hand had ever brushed against it. And so can you. The weight in your limbs isn't heavy because it must carry anything. It's only heavy because it has stopped trying to move. That stillness is not an absence, it's a presence. A kind of quiet fullness, like the space between two notes when one fades and the next hasn't begun yet. The air around you doesn't know that your thoughts were urgent minutes ago. It didn't hear them, and now they are gone from its awareness too. Outside, something moves. Just once. A small sound without form. Not an animal, not a person. Nothing named. Maybe a leaf detaching, or the rustle of paper caught in wind from no one's breath. You don't have to decide if it matters. It doesn't matter. Not now. Not for this night. The noise isn't meant to break your calm. It only is. Like all things, it passes through without leaving a wound. You are not required to understand where the sound came from, or what it meant when it happened. You don't need to record its shape in memory. There's no obligation to keep any of this. Not the noise, not the moment, not even the silence that followed. The floor beneath you feels older than your thoughts. It has held so many still forms, bodies resting, feet passing through,
hands laid down for rest, and it remembers nothing of what happened. Only warmth remains in its bones, a lingering pulse from sunlight long gone, or footsteps that have faded into the grain itself. You are not new to this floor, you never were, but you're here now, and it lets you be. The blanket over your chest isn't covering anything special. It doesn't shield you from loss or protect against time. It's only lying there, soft on top of you, warm where skin meets thread. The weight is not a burden. It's not meant to be carried. You don't need to hold the blanket in place with your body. Let it stay as it lies. If it slips down an inch or two, that's fine too. Your feet are no longer pressing against anything. They aren't trying to push forward, nor pull back. The toes don't clench from habit. They simply rest, one near the other, not quite touching, but close enough to know their shape exists in relation. There is no effort in being still, no struggle to maintain balance, just a quiet alignment with the floor. Your breath isn't something you're managing. It doesn't need correction or rhythm. It moves through your body like water over stone, smooth, even, without direction. The air comes and goes, not because it's planned, but because it simply is allowed. You don't have to want it to continue. It continues anyway. The room isn't waiting for you to wake up tomorrow. It doesn't care about what you'll say or how you'll feel when the sun returns. It has no agenda, no expectation that you will be anything other than exactly as you are right now. A shape in darkness, warm and quiet. Not performing, not proving. This stillness isn't something to achieve. You aren't approaching it like a goal. There's no finish line where you'll finally rest. Because rest has already happened. It's been happening all along, just under the surface of thoughts that were too loud before. You don't have to be present for your own body anymore, not even as an act of care. The body doesn't ask for attention, it only asks to be left alone, not in neglect, but in trust. To stay where it is without being reshaped by need or fear. The ceiling has no interest in what you were thinking an hour ago. It doesn't remember your last decision, nor the way your chest tightened when something wasn't said. The surface holds nothing back. Not even silence counts as a memory. It simply lets light pass through it, not to be kept, but to be released. And so can you. The night isn't trying to make you sleep. It doesn't care how long this lasts. There's no urgency in the dark, no clock ticking towards something else. The hours don't matter. You aren't behind on anything. Not even time itself seems to have a need for haste now.
You are not being asked to be kind or strong or wise tonight, not even to be quiet.
You're only invited to let go. Not because you've earned it, but simply because that is what happens when something isn't needed anymore. Your thoughts aren't enemies. They don't have to be fought or silenced. They are just passing through like dust motes in a sunbeam that drift and settle where they will, without reason. Some linger longer than others, but none stay forever. The space between your fingers feels different now. Not because it's changed, but because you're not trying to hold onto anything with them anymore. The hand is open, not out of effort, but simply from not needing to close. There's no object in mind, nothing to keep safe or return.
Just the shape of air around skin. The corner of your vision blurs slightly now, not from fatigue, but because focus has loosened its grip. You don't have to see everything anymore. The edges of sight can soften without meaning anything. There's no loss in letting form dissolve into shadow. Your shoulder doesn't know it's resting on the pillow. It only knows warmth where fabric meets muscle. No thought is needed for that touch. No memory required. Not even a name for what it is. Just sensation, held gently. The air inside your chest isn't thick with worry or planning. It's not full of unfinished business. It's simply there, light and slow, moving in and out without demand.
You don't have to remember why you're breathing. The breath remembers for you. There's no one listening behind the wall. No voice that needs an answer. No expectation that anything will be said. Just silence. Not empty, but full of its own kind of presence. Like a room where someone once sat and then left without turning back. And you are allowed to do the same. You don't have to stay awake, because it's expected.
You don't have to fall asleep because it's necessary. There's no need for either. Not tonight. The night is already holding you. It has been since before you knew what stillness meant. The light from outside is gone now. Not just the street lamp, but every trace of its glow. The ceiling doesn't reflect anything anymore. Not a shape, not a shadow. Only darkness, smooth and unbroken. Like water that hasn't rippled in hours. And you are part of it now. Not separate, not apart. You're not in the dark. You're just one way the dark moves through silence. No name is needed for this moment. No definition. No story to tell about how you got here or what you were before.
Just breath and stillness, and the soft weight of being where nothing needs fixing. No one needs proving. Nothing has to be held. You are not a person who must endure. You're just something that happens quietly, without fanfare, like air passing through an open window on a warm evening. There is no need to say anything now, or even think it. The dark knows you don't have to be anything at all. You are not being asked to become anything new tonight. Not even stillness needs to be claimed. The quiet isn't a state you must reach. It's already here, woven into what remains when thought stops calling for proof of its own presence.
You don't have to settle the weight in your ribs. It can just be there, like soil left after rain has passed through. Not light, not dark. Only what is without demand. The wall beside you doesn't know that time moves forward. It only holds warmth from earlier hours. A residue of heat absorbed slowly over days. You're lying against the same surface, but your body isn't measuring it anymore. There's no need to compare this moment with any other.
Nothing has shifted because nothing was ever supposed to hold still.
The air in this room doesn't remember being cold or hot. Only how it feels now. Soft at skin level, brushing the edge of awareness without claiming it. No word is needed for that touch. You don't have to say what it means. It just is. The same way the silence isn't waiting for a sound to fill it. It's not empty because nothing arrives. It's only quiet because no one is asking anything of it. And you are not being asked either. Your feet feel heavier than they did an hour ago. Not with fatigue, but with belonging. Not resistance.
They don't ache from carrying you through the day.
They simply rest where they've been placed, like stones left in a clearing after the tide recedes. No shape is required of them now. They aren't meant to go anywhere. The toes are relaxed at the end of their bones, not because you commanded it, but because no one needs them to push forward anymore. The blanket isn't covering you with purpose. It's just there. A layer between your skin and whatever coolness might drift in from outside. Not protection, just presence. You don't have to be warm to feel safe. The warmth is not the point. The weight of fabric over muscle is enough. That one fact holds its own kind of truth, that something can exist without needing to justify itself. A memory stirs, not a story, not an image of a face or a place, just a feeling from earlier today, faint and unnameable. It rises like steam from wet stone and then drifts away before you can turn toward it. There's no loss in letting that sensation dissolve. No need to catch it. Hold on to its shape. Give it voice. Letting go isn't failure. It's just how things pass. Not through effort, but because they were never meant to stay. The space beneath your arm is deeper than it seemed before. Not hollow, not empty. Simply unclaimed. There's no reason for you to fill it with thought or intention. You don't have to decide what should be there. The body doesn't care if the void has a name. It only feels the shift in pressure when something moves nearby. And now, nothing is moving. A faint sound comes from far off, not loud enough to register as noise, just a vibration that passes through floorboards and up into your bones. You don't have to listen for its source. You don't need to know what made it. It arrives, lingers for a breath, then fades like a sigh left behind in the air after someone has turned away. The ceiling doesn't remember having been lit. It only knows darkness now. Not as absence, but as texture, as surface. Not blank, not waiting, just still. Like water that has stopped trembling from a drop that fell long ago. You are lying on top of this same surface in your mind, though you aren't thinking about it. The thought isn't needed for the shape to be real. You don't have to remember what happened yesterday or tomorrow. Only what is happening now. Breath rising gently beneath your ribs. A rhythm that doesn't require your attention, yet remains steady. No effort required, not even an invitation to pay attention. It happens, whether you notice it or not. And because it does, there's no need for urgency. The air between your fingers isn't holding anything. Not a thought, not a plan, not a name of a person who might have called tonight. It's only open space. Not lack, just openness. Like the moment before a word forms on the tongue, when meaning is possible, but unclaimed. You don't need to be present for everything that passes through your mind.
You're not responsible for remembering every shape it takes. Some thoughts float by like leaves, caught in slow current, turning once, twice, then vanishing into the bend of river you no longer see. The dark doesn't ask you to prove anything. Not that you're awake, not that you're tired, not even that you're aware.
It only holds you as it has always held all things, without demand, without condition. You are not being measured by how long you stay here in this moment. No one is keeping score of your stillness or the length of time between breaths. The night doesn't care if you've been quiet for 10 minutes or 2 hours. It only knows what it feels like to be deep and unbroken. Like soil that has stopped waiting for spring. And you are not separate from that feeling. You aren't trying to reach it, follow it, understand it. You're simply in the same place where all things rest when they stop needing to move. No effort is needed. No voice required. The stillness isn't something you've achieved. It's just what happens when no one is asking for a signal that you're still here. When your body doesn't need to say, "I am," in order to exist. There's a quiet on the edge of hearing. Not sound, but absence of effort. Like the moment between heartbeats, where nothing needs to happen, only be, and you are allowed that space too. You don't have to do anything for it to remain. It isn't earned, it isn't built, it just is. The breath continues. Not because you've decided, but because life still moves through the body in its own way, without needing permission or explanation. You aren't being asked to think about your hands right now. Not how they look. Not what they did today. Not whether they're clean or worn. They are only where they are, resting on fabric, their shape softened by gravity and softness of touch. No need to name them. No one is asking you to describe the curve of a knuckle or the way the skin folds at the wrist. You don't have to wonder if this will last, not even for another minute. It doesn't need to be held onto, preserved, measured. It simply continues. Like air moving through an open window on a day when nothing has been promised and everything is already given. The silence isn't empty because you're not speaking. It's full of what remains after all effort stops. Full of the space where no one needs to arrive. You aren't missing anything by being here without doing, without fixing, without proving. You are only present as anything is present when it doesn't need to be anything more than what it already is. There's a warmth beneath the blanket now. Not from heat, but from the way your body has settled into itself over time. Not effort, just presence. Like roots growing in soil without knowing they're growing. No one is waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. No voice in the dark says, now or soon. The night doesn't rush. It only moves forward as it always does. Quietly, evenly, without fanfare. And you are not being asked to do anything at all tonight. Not even to be quiet, not even to breathe. You're simply allowed, just as you are, to stay where the world has already left you, in the soft edge between wakefulness and what comes after. Not lost, just unclaimed, unneeded. And so, for now, perfectly still, the light from outside has softened into something that no longer marks time. Not a beam, not a shadow, just a quiet wash across the ceiling where shapes once held their edges. It doesn't flicker now. It doesn't press in. It only remains like breath on glass long after the air has cleared. The room isn't dark yet, but it's close enough to be unafraid of nightfall. You are not alone in this stillness, but no one is beside you either. Not a presence, no sound from the hall. Nothing stirring behind doors that haven't opened all evening. The silence doesn't feel empty because there is nothing here. It feels full, like soil after rain has soaked deep and stopped waiting for anything to grow. There's a thread of air near your shoulder, not cold, not warm, just moving through space without direction. It finds the skin where fabric meets skin, glides over it gently, as if remembering how to touch. No one told it what to do. It doesn't pause to ask permission or explain itself. It flows between places like a memory that never needed to be named. The blanket has settled in ways you didn't notice at first. Folded not by your hands, but by time and gravity. Smoothing into the hollows of your body, as if learning its shape, slowly over nights long past. aren't trying to decide if warmth is coming from inside or out. It simply arrives as part of what happens when nothing needs to be changed. The air in your lungs doesn't need a reason to stay there. It stays because it was never asked to leave. The wall opposite the bed has softened too. Not its color, not its texture, but the way it holds light now. Where once an edge might have cut into vision, there is only curve and blur.
The corner where plaster meets paint doesn't stand out anymore. It blends like a line that was never meant to be drawn. Outside, something has passed. Perhaps a car, perhaps just wind moving through trees too far away to hear. But even that sound didn't last long enough to become noise. It didn't disturb the quiet. It only slipped through it and was gone, like water over stone, with no ripple left behind. You aren't missing anything because you don't know what passed by. You don't need to know. There's a kind of peace in not having to keep track, in letting things drift without needing to name them. No one is asking for a report on the night. No voice says, "Remember this." It doesn't matter if something happened, as long as it didn't stay. There's a faint scent now. Old. Almost gone. Like paper left in a drawer too long. Or wool that hasn't been worn through winter. Not sharp enough to be noticed unless you're still. And even then, not remembered by name. Just there. Like the memory of something familiar, without ever having to recall it. Your fingers are resting on the edge of the blanket. Not curled, not stretched. Just resting. They don't need to do anything. Not hold a pen, not press keys, not gesture or reach. The hand is only what it is, part of you, but no longer acting. It doesn't know what it will do tomorrow. It doesn't care. The ceiling above you has cooled slightly, not from the room getting colder, but because the last warmth of day has bled away slowly, like color fading in a photograph left too long under glass. The air is still, not frozen, just waiting, not holding its breath, but allowing time to move through it without resistance. And inside you, there's a softness where thought used to press forward. It doesn't need to speak now. It doesn't need to be seen or understood. It can sit quietly in the back of your mind, like an old book left open on a table at night, no longer read, but still present, not forgotten, not needed. You don't have to decide what it means that you're lying here. You aren't being asked whether this is rest or surrender or simply absence. It's not one thing. It's just the way things are when effort stops and nothing has been promised in return. The floor beneath the bed isn't creaking. The door doesn't groan. There's no sound from beyond walls, not even a distant hum of something far away trying to be heard. Just silence that doesn't feel like absence because it knows you're here. It doesn't need proof. It only knows what is. There's a small dent in the pillow where your head once rested. Not deep enough to matter, not wide enough to be named, but it remains like a shape left behind by something that passed through without leaving anything else. Not an imprint of pressure, just evidence of time passing. The blanket shifts slightly on its own, not from wind or motion, but because your body has changed position in ways you don't notice. The shift isn't purposeful. It's just the way matter settles when it doesn't have to keep up with anything. You are not being asked to stay awake or fall asleep. You aren't even being asked to be still, though you are.
Not because of effort, but because stillness has become what happens naturally when nothing needs to happen. There's a quiet near your ear, not sound, not silence either. Just the space between one breath and the next, where time doesn't rush forward or pull back. It only stays. And in that moment, you're not separate from it. You aren't trying to reach it. You don't need to feel it more deeply. The walls of this room have held many nights like this, not knowing they were holding anything at all. They've absorbed heat and light without speaking about it. They've kept things in place just by being there, unbothered by who came through or what was said. And you are part of that, too. Not because you're special, but because you simply exist in the way a wall exists. Quietly, steadily, without needing to be seen. There's no need for a name. No reason to explain why you're here, how long you've been, whether it will change. You don't have to define yourself by any of that. You are only what is present when nothing demands more. The air feels thicker now, not heavy, but full.
Like the moment before sleep arrives and doesn't announce itself. It just comes in through the edges of your awareness, like a tide you can feel without knowing it's moving. Your breath slows again, not because you're trying to slow it, but because it finds its own rhythm when nothing asks for control. The body continues on its own, not thinking about how long it will last, not wondering if this is enough.
There's no one here to mark the time or keep count of moments passing. No voice says, "This is normal," or "You should feel something." There's only what happens when you stop trying to be anything other than where you already are.
The light from outside has vanished completely now. Not gone, but changed into part of the dark itself. It doesn't need to shine anymore. The room no longer needs a signal that it's still night. You don't have to remember this moment for tomorrow. You don't even have to know it happened. There's only space. And in that space, you are allowed. Not because you've earned it, but because you exist. There is nothing here that must be held onto. No thought, no sensation, no shape of feeling. Not a word, not a memory, not an intention. Just the quiet where everything rests without needing to be anything at all. And you are part of that, not apart from it. You're not separate because you're awake or asleep. You aren't even in between. You are simply here, present, unclaimed, unnamed, and still. The ceiling has softened into something, neither surface nor shadow, but a space that holds no shape because it doesn't have to hold anything at all. It's not empty. There is weight in stillness, a kind of fullness without form. The way the dark folds inward around you, not closing off, but simply letting go of the need to be seen. There's an absence here that isn't barren. It's like air after rain, when everything has been rinsed and no longer demands attention. You don't have to notice the silence because it doesn't ask anything of you. It just is. And in being, it allows what was sharp to blur, not by erasing, but by letting itself be held without resistance. The edge of your blanket lies across your ankle, not pressed down, not tucked under, but resting there as if it had always known how. There's a faint warmth beneath it now, not from the room or your body alone, but from that place where touch and stillness meet, where pressure becomes presence without demand. It doesn't say this is mine or this belongs to you. It just lies, and so do you. Outside, the street lamp has become something else, not gone, but transformed into part of the night's quiet pulse. The light no longer travels in lines across walls. It settles instead into the air like dust that doesn't fall, like a memory that never arrives at its name. You don't need to know where it went or why it stopped shining. It didn't leave. because it failed. It left because it completed what it was meant to do. Mark the end of one kind of seeing. You're not remembering anything now. Not even your own face in the dark. Not the shape of hands you've used today. Not the words that once felt important enough to carry. The mind doesn't need to rehearse. It doesn't have to confirm what's been said or unsaid. There is no rehearsal here. Only presence, a kind of attention without effort, like breath in someone who isn't trying to breathe. The room has stopped being a place where things happen. It's become something that happens itself. Not with sound, not with motion, but through the slow shift from one state to another. Light fading into dark, heat settling into stillness, air moving without needing direction. You are not separate from this process. You are part of it, in the way a stone becomes part of a stream. Not by choice or resistance, but simply because water flows around what is already there. There's no moment that insists on being remembered. Not the one when you turned off the light. Not the one when you first closed your eyes. Not even this one now. Time doesn't gather itself to speak. It just slips through, like a thread lost in the fabric of things. You don't have to feel it pass. Only notice that something has shifted without needing to say what. The weight on your chest isn't pressure anymore. It's just there. Like gravity is not an order, but a quiet agreement between body and earth. It doesn't ask you to carry anything. It simply holds you as the world does, without ceremony or demand. You don't need to be grateful for it. You don't have to wonder why it's so gentle today. You only are, in this exact place where no one is calling your name. The air feels slow now, thick with something that isn't breath, but almost like intention. Not a desire, not an aim. Just the quiet way space holds its shape when nothing moves through it. It doesn't need to be filled. It doesn't want anything from you. It's already whole. And in this wholeness, there is room for your body to settle deeper into the bed, as if gravity were no longer pulling down, but drawing up. Not toward light, but toward stillness. There's a thread of memory that rises briefly. Not clear, not sharp, just a soft pull at the corner of awareness, like the ghost of a word you almost recognized.
It floats near the surface and then sinks without effort. Not because you pushed it away, but because there's no reason for it to stay. The mind is not working anymore, not in any way that requires attention or care. It isn't searching for meaning, nor avoiding emptiness. It doesn't need to decide what is real or false. It simply lets the quiet continue on its own, like a leaf, drifting down without knowing where it will land. Your fingers rest at your sides, palms open, not relaxed. Because you're trying to relax, but because they've forgotten how to hold anything at all. They don't clutch, they don't reach, they just are. And in that being, there's no need to explain why.
The dark isn't empty. It isn't cold. It doesn't demand answers or presence or even awareness. It simply is. A kind of space that allows things to exist without needing to be seen. You aren't hiding from it. You're not afraid of its depth. You don't have to fear what might come out of it because nothing needs to come out. There's no moment here that asks for permission.
No thought that says this is too much or I can't handle this. There's only the slow letting go. Not as a choice, but as a natural unfolding, like roots spreading underground without knowing they're growing. The bed feels less like furniture and more like something alive, not moving, not breathing, but holding you with the same quiet certainty that walls hold silence. The mattress has absorbed your shape over time, not by resisting change, but by allowing it to happen. It doesn't remember what came before. It only knows how to be where you are.
You don't have to decide whether this is rest or sleep. Just notice how the body unclenches without a signal, how muscles soften like cloth left in sunlight too long, how tension slips away, not through effort, but because there's nothing left to hold on to. There's no reason for time to keep moving forward. It doesn't have to arrive at tomorrow. The night isn't rushing toward morning. It's just being. And you're part of that being, not as a separate self, but as something that flows through the quiet without needing to be defined. The air near your face feels still, yet full, not thick with thought or longing, but simply present.
Like a breath held long enough for silence to form around it. Not waiting for anything to happen, not afraid of what might come next. There's no need to feel peaceful, no need to become calm. You aren't being asked to perform any state at all, only to be exactly as you are. A presence in the dark that doesn't have to explain itself, doesn't have to justify its existence, doesn't even need to know it exists. The ceiling has dissolved into something without edges. It's not black, not white, not anything. Just space where nothing needs to happen, and everything is already happening anyway.
There's no one here who wants you to wake up or remember this moment. There's only the soft weight of time passing through you like a current that doesn't pull but simply moves with what it finds. You're allowed to be without reason. You don't need to earn your place in the night. You aren't being watched, judged, measured against anything. The room has no memory of your name. It has never kept score. It hasn't stored a single word you've ever said or thought. And yet, it still holds you. Not because you're special, but because you are here. Not as an event, not as a story, but simply as what happens when someone lies down in the dark and stops trying to be anything more than that.
There's no need for meaning, no demand for understanding. The only thing required is stillness. Not forced, not achieved, but simply allowed. Like dust settling on a shelf after years of quiet. You aren't falling asleep. You're not waking up. You are being held by the night in a way that doesn't require any effort from you at all. And that's enough. Just enough to let go. The light from outside has stopped trying to mark time. It no longer pools on the floor. Like a signal, or lingers at the window, as if waiting for someone to answer. The glow has softened into something that doesn't belong anywhere. Not quite in the room, not fully out. Just there, drifting like ash carried by air, too still to carry anything else. You don't need to watch it fade. It's fading without you noticing. And that's how it always happens. Things go quiet long before they vanish. The wall beside your head is no longer a boundary. It doesn't keep the night out or hold back what might come in. It simply is, with no purpose beyond being there. There's no demand for warmth, no wish that it would speak, no hope it will remember you when you're gone. The paint has worn thin in places, not from age alone, but because something about the air here has been gently dissolving it over years. Not through force, but by allowing what was hard to become soft. You can see that now without needing to understand it. Your breath moves like a ripple across still water, not fast enough to leave ripples behind, just enough to make the surface shift for an instant before returning to calm. It's not trying to reach anything. There's no goal in how long or slow it is.
The air doesn't care if you breathe deeply or shallowly. It only holds what you give it and gives nothing back except silence. A thread of warmth rises from your shoulder, where the blanket has tucked against your skin. Not heat that burns, but a quiet presence, like sunlight absorbed into stone after days of cloud. It's not urgent. It doesn't say, "This is important." It just exists, spreading slowly through muscle and bone like a memory you never made. The floor beneath the bed feels distant now, even though it's only inches below. You can feel its shape in your body, not as pressure or resistance, but as an echo of where weight settles when nothing resists being held. The mattress has taken this shape from you, and from all who've lain here before, without ever holding on to any one moment. A thought passes through the mind like a shadow across a field at twilight. It doesn't stay. There's no need for it to explain itself. Not why it came, not where it went. You don't have to let it in or close the door behind it. The silence after it is just as full as before. There's no one watching to see if you're still awake.
No voice asking whether this calm is real or borrowed. No clock ticking toward a time when you should be someone else. Time isn't moving forward here. It's not even standing still. It's simply breathing, in the way that rooms breathe when no one speaks. You don't have to be patient. You don't have to wait for peace. There is no test of endurance or proof of surrender required. The night doesn't ask you to perform anything at all. Not clarity, not presence, not even stillness. Just being in the dark as if it were always your natural home. The window pane has cooled into something that no longer reflects. It holds nothing back now.
Whatever light touched it earlier was absorbed or scattered, like dust on glass long untouched by hand. The view beyond is blurred at the edges, not because of rain or fog, but because distance doesn't matter anymore. There's no need to know what lies outside. The space between your thoughts has grown wider than it used to be. Not empty exactly, more like a pause that doesn't feel like absence, like breath held just long enough for the lungs to remember how not to pull in air. It isn't silence because you've stopped thinking. It's silence because thought no longer needs to be shaped into something meaningful. The blanket has settled over your chest with no urgency, as though it had been waiting its whole life for this exact moment, just to rest on what is already resting. It doesn't claim ownership of warmth. It doesn't promise safety. It simply lies where it's meant to lie and stays that way without protest. A sound drifts in from far away, not loud enough to be called noise, too soft to name. A car passing at the edge of hearing, maybe a door closing somewhere down the street, but you don't need to listen for its meaning.
You aren't asked to figure out where it came from or who made it. It's just there, like air moving through a crack in the wall. Not important, only real. You're allowed to forget what happened today. Not because it didn't matter, but because it no longer needs to be remembered. The day has dissolved into shadow, not by being erased, but by stopping its demand to be held onto. The ceiling still holds the shape of light in a way that isn't quite visible anymore. Just a memory of how color used to live on surfaces. It doesn't need to return to brightness. It only needs to remain as it is. Something that once received light and now receives nothing, yet continues to be whole anyway.
There's no one who came here to fix you or save you, or make sense of your thoughts. No hand reached out from the dark to explain anything. There was never a need for clarity, only presence, not as achievement, but as what remains when all effort has stopped trying to build something lasting. You don't have to be awake long enough to understand this. You don't even need to feel it in any way that can be described. What's happening is quieter than feeling. It's deeper than knowing. It's just a quiet unfolding, not toward anything, but simply being unfolded into the dark, as if you were always meant to dissolve into stillness. The air near your face feels heavier now, not with weight, but with absence of movement, like time stopped holding its breath and forgot how to start again. There is no rhythm here that needs following, no pattern to match or moment to arrive at. You don't have to become calm in order to be allowed to rest. You're already resting. Not as a decision, not as an act, but as a quiet fact.
like the way dust settles when nothing stirs around it.
There's no reason for anything to happen now, and yet everything is happening anyway. Not through effort, but because the world continues without needing permission from you. A memory surfaces, not clear, not sharp. Just a feeling of warmth on your skin, a hand brushing your arm long ago, someone saying something that didn't matter at all. It doesn't need to stay. It doesn't need to be recalled or forgotten. It floats through the mind like smoke in still air, not seen, not held, simply passing. There's no one here who remembers you by name. The room has never kept a record of your voice. No wall ever listened for your thoughts.
And yet, it holds you as if that were its only reason to exist. Not because you're important, but because being held is what rooms do when they stop needing to be anything else. You don't need to believe in this stillness to be part of it. You aren't asked to trust the quiet or convince yourself it's real. The dark isn't asking for faith. It only asks that you stop resisting its shape. Not with effort, but by letting your body forget how to fight against being held. The light from outside has gone completely now. Not extinguished, just no longer visible in any way that matters. What remains is not darkness as a thing, but the absence of need for anything to be seen. A space where nothing needs explanation. There's no one who watches you sleep or waits for signs that you're doing well. No judgment on how long you stay here. No measure of whether this moment was worth it. There's only what is, not as an event, but as a quiet continuation. A breath that comes without intention now. Not pulled, not pushed. Just a soft release into air that no longer needs to be measured or named. The space around you is still, yes, but not empty. It holds the shape of what has been left behind. The echo of footsteps that didn't happen. The silence where words might have risen and then sank without sound. You don't need to summon anything here. There's no reason to call back the day or invite it forward again. The things you thought were urgent are already moving through a quieter world. Not forgotten, but unclaimed. They pass like leaves caught in slow water, drifting past where they once mattered. The wall beside your head feels different now. Not cold, not warm, just present as something that has learned how to be without demand. It doesn't remember you, nor does it forget you. It only holds the weight of time passing through its surface. A scratch from long ago, a shift in paint, the way light used to fall across it at dusk, now gone and not missed. You don't need to feel connected to that wall to be held by it. The room doesn't require your attention to exist. It simply is, like breath between thoughts. Outside, No sound rises. Not even a distant engine hums through the dark. There's only silence so deep it begins to breathe with you. Not in rhythm, but as if time itself has stopped measuring its own passage. You are not waiting for anything. You aren't sitting on the edge of sleep or clinging to awareness like a lifeline. You're simply where you've always been. Not apart from stillness, but wrapped within it. A faint warmth lingers in your palms, not from heat nor effort. Just a soft residue of having touched something earlier today. A glass, a page, the back of someone's hand. It doesn't need to last. The feeling is already fading. Not lost, just returning to the air like perfume after the room has been opened. There's no moment that must be remembered or preserved.
No thought that needs its shape kept intact. You don't have to hold your life together tonight. You're not being asked to do so. There's no expectation that you stay whole, nor any reason for you to prove yourself present. The dark doesn't care if you are awake or dreaming, if your thoughts are tangled or quiet. It only accepts what arrives without resistance. The pillow beneath your head has settled into its own shape, not because it was pressed down, but because time made a place for the weight of you. It no longer tries to be firm or flat. It knows how to give way softly. You don't need to adjust your position. There's nothing wrong with where you are. The body isn't breaking. It's simply resting as bodies do when they stop trying to stay somewhere else. A faint scent drifts in, not from flowers nor food, but from fabric, from memory of a jacket worn long ago, or the inside of an envelope opened once and never closed again. It fades before you can name it, and that's fine. Not every trace needs to be followed. Some things are meant only to pass through. You don't have to understand what this stillness is, not how it began, not where it leads, not why it has come now. You're not being asked to believe in it or explain its presence. It isn't a gift you've earned. It's just here. As natural as the way shadows grow longer when light gives up. The ceiling above doesn't flicker anymore. The last trace of streetlight has dissolved into memory, and even that no longer needs to be held. What remains is not absence, but release. The kind that comes when you stop looking for something to fill the space. There's room enough in this dark without needing to define it. Your feet feel heavier than they were, not with fatigue, but with surrender. Not resistance, just a letting go into what is already true. That your body doesn't have to keep up its usual performance. It can rest like roots do beneath the soil.
Quiet, unseen, unneeded by anyone's gaze. The air near your nose feels thick in a way that isn't uncomfortable. Not dense, but full of stillness so deep it slows down what little movement is left. You don't need to control this breath. Letting go doesn't mean stopping. It means letting the next one come without needing to be guided. There's no one who needs your story tonight. No listener waiting for a beginning or an ending. The silence isn't holding its breath. It's already forgotten how to speak.
And so you don't need to tell anything either. There's nothing to defend, nothing to explain. You are not required to be coherent. The corners of the room have softened, not because light returned, but because your attention no longer sharpens them into edges. They just exist, as if they were always meant to blur at the seams. The air doesn't need a name. The shape of the space isn't asking for recognition. It only holds you as it has held so many who came before. Not with love, but simply because being still is what things do when no one demands they move. A thought arises, not about tomorrow nor yesterday, just an image, water in a cup that hasn't been touched all day. The surface stays flat and quiet, reflecting nothing except the dim shape of the ceiling above it. No ripple comes from outside. Nothing disturbs it. It doesn't need to be stirred. You don't have to fix this moment. You don't even need to stay here for long. But you're not leaving either. The act of being present isn't a choice. It's already happening, whether you notice or not.
The blanket over your legs is no longer covering just warmth. It holds the memory of how heat used to move through fabric. It doesn't claim that past now. It only exists as something that has learned how to lie still. You don't have to be awake enough to appreciate this. You don't need to feel anything in particular. The quiet isn't asking you to do more than exist. Not as a person, not as an identity, but simply as what arrives when the mind stops building itself around meaning. There's no purpose behind these seconds. They aren't leading toward understanding or peace or rest. They're just happening. Like air moving through your lungs without needing permission from you. The dark isn't holding its breath. It never was. And now, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the weight of what has passed begins to settle, not in memory, but in sensation. A shift in the way your shoulder rests on the mattress, the soft give beneath your hip, the quiet expansion and release in your chest that needs no name. No need to be anything. No need to become calm. or accept this moment as special. It's just a continuation, not of effort, but of what remains when all holding has stopped. You are allowed to dissolve here, not into nothing, but into a kind of belonging so quiet it doesn't speak. A quiet settling into what has already begun. Not a decision, not an arrival, but a slow coming into place like dust, returning to earth after being stirred by wind. The ceiling above you is no longer lit by anything outside, yet it still holds the shape of that light, as if memory were a kind of residue, not sharp or bright, but soft enough to touch without waking. There's no need to remember how long it took for the glow to fade. It didn't wait for you to notice. It simply left, and in its place came something deeper. The dark becoming less like absence than like a presence that has learned to breathe. The air near your ear feels still, not because nothing moves, but because movement no longer matters. Not even the faintest draft from under the door. Not the slow rise and fall of breath you don't have to control. The room doesn't care if it's seen or known. It only holds what is given to it, like a shelf that has forgotten its purpose, yet still receives things. You aren't being held by anything now. Not by gravity, not by expectation. Just the way your spine aligns with the mattress, as though alignment were an accident of weight and softness rather than intention. The blanket folds over you in places where it hasn't been pulled tight. Not because you're careless, but because carelessness has become a kind of grace. The fabric doesn't need to be perfect. It only needs to be there, lying across your legs like something that belongs without claiming ownership. There's no demand for warmth anymore. Warmth exists as an afterglow rather than a goal. You don't have to feel it. You already are. A shadow shifts slightly at the far edge of vision, not because anything moved, but because the mind still expects motion, still watches the periphery like a guard who has forgotten what he's guarding. But there is nothing to watch. The dark doesn't announce itself with edges or shapes. It simply is, and in being so, it no longer requires you to name it. You don't have to decide whether it feels safe or not. It's already been accepted into the room, like an old habit that no one remembers starting. The weight of your arm on the mattress isn't pressing down anymore. It's just resting. Not waiting for anything. Not holding back from anything. The pressure is only a sensation now, not a signal. It doesn't mean you're awake or tired. It means nothing at all, except that you are here, and this moment has no need to be justified. A sound drifts in, not loud, not clear. Maybe the distant hum of a transformer, or the soft creak of floorboards settling after hours of stillness. But it doesn't wake anything. It slips through your awareness, like water through an open gate, leaving behind only the quiet that came before it. There's no reason to listen for what comes next. What is already here has not left.
The idea of time begins to blur, not because you're drifting, but because time itself seems to have stopped demanding attention. You don't need to count seconds or mark hours. The hour hand isn't moving toward anything. It just is where it is, like all things that don't need to be somewhere else. There's a small crease in the blanket near your ankle. Not sharp, not noticeable unless you're looking for trouble. But even now, you're not looking. You aren't trying to fix it, or smooth it out, or pretend it isn't there. It exists as part of the landscape of where you lie, a line without meaning, and that's enough.
A thought arises,
Not about anything in particular, just a memory of rain on glass from last winter. Not vividly recalled, not relived, only felt like a texture under your skin. Cool and slow, falling on something that didn't ask to be wet. You don't have to remember the day it happened. You don't need to feel anything about it now. It's just another ripple in the still surface of what you are allowing. The mind doesn't need to organize this moment into meaning. Meaning isn't required. There's no story being built around your breathing or the way your fingers rest on your chest. The body is not a project tonight. It's not waiting for completion, nor is it failing at anything. It simply is, like air passing through leaves that don't care whether they're seen. There's a softness in how the dark folds into corners. Not because light returned, but because attention no longer sharpens them. They are allowed to dissolve, not erased, not forgotten, just released from their need to be known. The room doesn't have to make sense. It only needs to hold you. You don't have to choose how to be in this moment. There's no role to play, no posture to maintain. You aren't being observed by anyone, not even yourself. The idea of observation has left the space like a guest who forgot their coat and slipped away quietly. The silence isn't empty. It's full, but not with noise. With stillness so deep, it doesn't require you to fill it. You don't have to speak into it, or shout against it, or even try to understand it. It only asks that you let it be what it is, a kind of quiet that has no need for explanation. A faint scent drifts in, not from the outside, but from something inside your own body, like warmth rising from skin after hours of lying still. Not perfume, not medicine, just the slow release of something ordinary and unremarkable. It isn't meant to be noticed, but it is, and that's fine. The edge of the pillow beneath your head has softened, not because it's been used too much, but because you've stopped pressing into it. You're no longer trying to find comfort in a certain shape or angle. Comfort isn't being sought anymore. It's just there, like air around you, like darkness behind closed eyes. You don't have to be present for the sake of presence. Presence isn't something earned by attention. It's not built through effort. It only happens when nothing else demands your focus. The mind doesn't need to stay on track. There's no path to follow, no destination waiting at the end. The journey has already been taken. You're simply still here, in the aftermath of moving forward, without needing to know why. A moment passes that wasn't planned for anything. It didn't come with purpose or urgency. It just happened. Like a leaf drifting down from a branch after seasons of holding on. And now it rests where it fell. Not because it was meant to, but because the ground accepted it. You don't have to be anyone in this moment. You aren't even required to think. There's no need to perform wakefulness or resist sleep. The act of being, quiet, still, unclaimed, is not something you do. It's what happens when nothing else needs doing. The ceiling above you holds no shape now. Not the faint outline of a lamp, not the ghost of light from earlier. Just darkness that doesn't ask for anything. No need to be seen. No demand to reflect anything back. It simply is, like breath in your lungs. Not noticed, but always there. The body is beginning to feel less like a container and more like something that has learned how to dissolve into the air around it. Not disappearing, just becoming quieter, less distinct, as if gravity itself had grown tired of holding onto forms. You are no longer trying to be steady. You're not afraid of drifting. There's no reason to resist what is coming, not because you want it, but because resistance has already ended. The dark isn't waiting for dawn. It doesn't care about tomorrow. It only holds the night as it comes, like a hand that lets go without knowing when or why. And so you let go too, not with force, not with decision, just by stopping the effort to hold on. No need to be anything other than what arrives when nothing else is asked of you.
You are not required to stay awake for this moment. You don't have to understand it. There's no obligation to remember how long it lasts. A thread has come loose from the edge of the blanket. Not torn, not pulled, just untwisted by time. Drifting down like a word that no longer fits its sentence. It hangs in the air for a breath, then settles into stillness against your leg. You don't reach to gather it back. It doesn't need gathering. The room has stopped keeping score of what is lost or found. There's no ledger in the dark. Only this, the slow unfurling of things that were never meant to stay held. The air near the floor feels heavier than at your chest. Not because it's thick, but because it moves slower. Like a current beneath sleep that doesn't disturb what lies still above it. You're not sinking into it, nor rising from it. There's no motion you can name. Only this. A quietness so complete it has begun to shape itself around your body, like the space between two hands, slowly releasing their grip. A small sound, perhaps the settling of plaster in an old wall, or just the thinning of pressure behind your ear, passes through without leaving. Ripples. It's not something you hear with your ears, but with a part of yourself that no longer needs to be called attention. You don't turn toward it. You don't ask why it came now. It wasn't invited. It wasn't expected. But it arrived anyway and left just as quietly, like a name whispered once in a language you've never learned. The edge of the ceiling has softened further, not gone, not vanished, just lost its resistance to darkness. The last vestige of streetlight was not extinguished so much as absorbed into the air, like ink bleeding into water until only the shape remains. No color, no source, just a memory that doesn't need to be remembered. There is nothing here that needs your name, not the dust on the sill, nor the shadow under the bed frame, nor even this breath you're letting out with such little effort it hardly feels like an act of will. You aren't forming words now, not in thought, not in voice. The space between one beat and the next grows longer, not because time has slowed, but because there is no reason to measure it.
The blanket lies across your feet, as if it were born from this moment, not brought into it. Its weight isn't burden. It's a kind of quiet inheritance. It doesn't ask you to be warm or protected. It only offers itself, like the air in a room that has long stopped needing to be warmed. A faint warmth lingers at your temple, not heat from outside, but an internal release, like the last ember cooling after a fire that no longer burns. You don't watch it fade. You don't wait for it to go out. It simply is, and then it's not. And you are still here, not because you're holding on, but because nothing else has asked you to leave.
The idea of you begins to feel less like a fixed thing, more like a slow current passing through space that doesn't know its own course. Not the body you've worn all day, nor the thoughts you carried from morning into evening. Those are not what is left behind. What remains is quieter than memory. It's something older than identity. You don't have to be someone in order to be here. You're not even required to remember who you were an hour ago. The mind has stopped tracking.
It doesn't need to build a story of continuity, just as the room does not need to explain why it is dark or why shadows still linger at the corners. The pattern on the wall was once sharp enough to count the lines. Now it's blurred into softness, like handwriting that's been touched by rain. The shape remains, but its edges no longer demand anything of you. You don't need to decipher it. There is no message hidden in the grain. It only exists as something passed through, not seen clearly, not understood, just present. The air shifts again, not with movement, but with stillness that has grown heavier than before. It's like a breath held so long, it becomes its own kind of presence.
You don't feel it in your lungs. You feel it in the space between thoughts, where nothing is happening, and yet everything is. There is no need to be awake for this moment. No requirement to stay alert or aware. Awareness isn't something you do. It's what happens when nothing else demands attention. When there are no voices, no tasks, no shapes that need naming. Then the mind slips into a state of being that doesn't have to be earned. A sound drifts in, not from outside, but from within, the quiet itself. The faintest creak of wood settling.
It's not loud enough to wake you. It's not soft enough to be ignored. It simply is. Part of what happens when nothing else needs doing. The dark doesn't hold back anything from you. It doesn't hide things, nor reveal them. It only allows presence without demand. You don't have to stand in front of it or look into it. You're already inside it, not as a guest, but as something that has always belonged there.
You are no longer trying to be steady. No need to keep your balance on the edge of sleep. The ground doesn't require you to stay upright. It accepts what falls without judgment, like soil accepting rain, or silence accepting sound. There is nothing here that needs fixing, nothing broken that must be mended. Not even the idea of being unfinished. That too has begun to soften into something else. Not completion, but a kind of quiet surrender. A faint vibration passes through the floor. Perhaps from distant traffic. Perhaps just the slow contraction of space itself as it settles into night. It doesn't stir you. You don't react. You're not even aware that anything moved.
But the air shifts again, subtly, like a breath taken by something larger than any one body. You are not required to remember this moment. There's no reason to store it away. The stillness isn't meant to be saved. It only asks you to let it happen, as though it were nothing more than air passing through the room, or dust settling after a long day. The last of the streetlight has dissolved into the ceiling, not with a flash, but with absence so complete that even the idea of light feels distant now. The darkness doesn't feel empty. It feels full in its own way, like a space that was never meant to be filled, only held. You don't have to speak into it. You don't have to name what is here. There's no need to explain why you're lying still, or how long you've been listening, or whether this moment will end. The body has stopped resisting gravity, not because it's weak, but because it knows there's no reason not to let go. There is no effort in being where you are, no strain in staying quiet. The mind doesn't need to be on track. It isn't expected to move forward or even think at all. You're simply allowed to rest, not as a reward for being good, nor because you've earned it, just because the night has come, and with it, permission to stop doing anything at all. The silence is no longer waiting. It's already here, not something that arrives later, but what is happening now. And so you stay, not in search of peace, not chasing stillness, but simply being present in the way a leaf rests on earth after it has stopped falling. You are not holding anything now, not even the thought that you were holding something before. The weight of attention has settled like dust on a shelf, no longer needing to be stirred by movement.
There is a stillness in how your breath moves through the space between sleep and waking. So quiet, it doesn't feel like motion at all. Just an absence of effort, as though the air itself is learning not to push back against you. The edges of the room have blurred into one soft outline, no longer defined by walls or floor, but by a kind of breathing, dark, that holds everything without claiming it. Outside, something passes, a shape in motion that might be a car, might be wind catching on wire, might be nothing at all. It doesn't matter. You don't follow it with your ears. You don't even register its arrival. It simply drifts through the space, like a shadow that never meant to land, and then fades into the background of what's already been accepted. The blanket has shifted slightly over you, not from any movement of yours, but because heat rises and settles where it finds room. Your feet are no longer trying to stay warm. They've stopped resisting the coolness at the foot of the bed. It isn't discomfort. It's just a kind of listening. The way your skin notices that the air is different now. Not colder, but quieter in its touch. The ceiling has become something else entirely. Not wood or plaster, not even surface, but a field of soft absence where light used to be. The street lamp's glow was never really there, not as an object, but as a kind of memory that lingered on the wall like breath on glass. Now it is gone. Not erased, not vanished, but dissolved into the shape of night itself. So complete that you can no longer recall what the edge looked like before. You don't think about time anymore, not in hours or minutes.
There's only a slow passage of feeling, how the body settles deeper into its own form, as if remembering it from somewhere long ago. How your hands are still open now, not because you decided to let go, but because they never had anything to hold in the first place. A thread has come loose in the fabric of awareness. Not a thought that broke free, but something softer. The sense that even noticing is no longer necessary. You don't need to know what's happening. There's no reason to track it. The mind doesn't have to be on guard or keep watch over silence. It can rest without pretending to understand. The dark has grown warmer, not in temperature, but in tone. It isn't cold anymore, nor empty. It is full of a kind of presence that doesn't demand anything from you, not even your attention. You don't have to be present for it. You are already there, not because you arrived, but because you never left. There's no need to say or do anything now. No line needs to be drawn between awake and asleep. The moment isn't waiting to become something else. It is what it is. In the same way, a cloud drifts without trying to reach any destination. You are not being asked to change, or grow still, or let go of anything you don't know you're holding. The shape of your body has softened into the space around it, not collapsed, not defeated, just released, like a branch that no longer needs to resist the wind, because it knows what will happen when it lets go. Your thoughts are not coming back in waves, nor breaking apart. They are simply absent, not gone, but quieted, as if they've remembered something else, that there's no reason for them to be loud. That being heard isn't required of a thought anymore. It can just be like a word spoken too softly to reach anyone.
The room holds nothing now, except the rhythm of air passing through small openings in the walls. Or maybe only the silence between sounds, not waiting, but already there. The mind doesn't have to fill it with meaning. It doesn't need to name what's happening. There's no task at hand, no moment that must be completed. You are allowed to stop being someone who is doing something. You don't have to prove you're still here by thinking, or breathing in a certain way, or staying aware. You can simply be, not as an act of will, but as a kind of natural settlement into the dark. The walls don't need to remain upright. The floor doesn't need your weight. The ceiling doesn't need light. And you don't have to stay awake for any reason at all. There is no effort in being where you are, not even the smallest tug of intention. Just a quiet letting be, like leaves that fall without regret or hope, not knowing whether they'll land on soil or water, but trusting that wherever they go, it will be enough. The air presses gently against your skin, not with force, but with care, as if it has been waiting for this moment to happen. Not to change anything, not to fix you, not even to help you sleep. Just to be there, quietly, like a hand that doesn't need to hold, only rest. The silence
isn't silent anymore. It's full of small things. The faint hum from deep within the walls. The slow shift in temperature as night settles into its own rhythm. The breath of something older than memory moving through the room without needing your notice. You don't have to listen for it. You're already inside it. Not listening, but being heard by it. Not waiting for peace, but having arrived at a place where even the word peace would feel too sharp. There's no reason to remember this moment. No need to store it away.
It doesn't want to be saved or spoken of later. It only wants to exist, not as an achievement, not as a breakthrough, just as what happens when nothing else is required. You are no longer trying to stay awake, nor are you sinking into sleep. You're simply resting in the way that things do when they've stopped pretending to be something more than they are. The mind isn't moving toward anything now. Not clarity, not rest, not even stillness. It's just allowing itself to be carried by a kind of quiet momentum, like water flowing through stone without effort or direction. There is no question you need to answer, no moment that must be resolved.
Nothing left to fix, nothing left to explain, nothing left to defend. You're allowed to stop being someone who has to do anything at all. The night doesn't ask for your performance. It only asks, gently, that you stay as you are. Not perfect, not complete, but already enough in the way a stone is enough when it lies still on earth. And so you remain, not seeking anything, not chasing anything, not even waiting to wake up again. Just present in the soft way of things that have stopped trying to matter. The dark is no longer outside. It has become your shape, not because you changed, but because nothing ever needed to be held or claimed. There's only this: a body resting without resistance, breath moving with no purpose, thought dissolving like mist into air. And the quiet, it doesn't need to be called anything. It just is. And in being, it lets go of needing to be known. You don't have to understand why you're here. You don't even have to believe that you are. All you have to do is stay. Not because you've earned it, not because you've done enough, but because the night has already said yes. And so you stay. The wall beside you is breathing too, not in the way a body does, but in the slow release of warmth held all day, like a stone that has learned to let go after being warmed by sun. It doesn't speak, but its surface feels slightly heavier now, as if it's taking on shape from what it has absorbed. The weight of footsteps passing through hallways. The sound of voices that lingered long after they left. The way light used to catch at the edge of a frame and hold still for a moment before slipping away. You don't have to know where those moments went. They're not lost. Just gone quiet in their own time, like footsteps down a hall with no one left to hear them.
The air doesn't move so much as it settles. It pools around you like water that has forgotten how fast it flows, slow enough that even the faintest shift, the rise of your chest, the soft turn of your shoulder, makes ripples in its stillness. There is no urgency to this breath, no goal behind it. You don't inhale because you must fill yourself, nor do you exhale because you need to empty out. It happens as naturally as a river turns when it reaches a bend, not by choice, not by effort, but simply because that's the way gravity and shape work together in this place. The ceiling is no longer a surface. It has become a kind of memory, not of light nor of shadow, but of what happens between them. The soft hesitation before dark becomes total. The moment when even sound stops pretending to have direction. The faintest trace of glow remains only as a feeling now, like the after-image left behind on skin after you've looked away from something bright. You don't need it. It isn't calling your name. It's not trying to reach you or show anything. It's just there, fading in its own way, slowly dissolving into the same dark that has always been waiting. The weight of your limbs is no longer a burden. It's more like being carried by something older than gravity, something that doesn't need to be understood, but only accepted. Your arm rests where it fell, not because you placed it there, but because it found its resting place in the same way roots find soil without knowing why. There is no pride in how still you are, nor any shame if movement returns later. Stillness isn't a victory. It's just what happens when nothing else insists on being done. The silence doesn't ring out. It gathers inward, like dust settling after the last word has been spoken. You don't need to listen for it. It listens to you in return. Not with attention, but with presence. A kind of listening that doesn't ask questions and never tries to fill gaps. The quiet isn't empty.
It's full of what comes between breaths, between thoughts, between the moment when one awareness ends and another begins without announcement.
There is no edge to this night, only a gradual softening, like ink bleeding into paper until the shape of the letter fades but not the feeling. You don't have to stay awake for any reason. You don't have to fall asleep either. The act of being here, lying down, eyes closed, mind turning neither toward nor away from anything, is enough in itself. Not because it's rare or special, but because it is. It simply exists without needing permission. The room doesn't remember your name. It doesn't care that you were late today, or that something went unsaid, or that a plan fell apart before it began. The walls don't keep score of what was said or left unspoken.
They hold nothing, not even the echo. They're only holding space for whatever arrives, without resistance and without expectation. The idea of you is no longer something you carry like a coat on cold days. It's not a thing that needs to be defended or explained. You are not a person who must prove themselves to anyone, not even to the quiet in the room, which has seen enough to stop needing answers. The self isn't disappearing. It's just becoming less fixed.
You are not required to justify your existence by doing something, saying something, remembering something. The night does not ask you to earn its presence. It only asks that you let yourself be, not as someone who has done enough or failed, but simply as what happens when no one is watching and nothing needs fixing. The thought about whether the light outside still pulses faintly fades, like a word spoken in another language, not lost, but no longer needed. You don't need to know if it's still there. It doesn't matter anymore. What matters now is the warmth of your body on the bed, the slow rise and fall beneath your ribs, the way your skin knows how to rest without being told. The dark has become a kind of language, one that speaks in absence rather than sound. You don't have to translate it. There's no message encoded in its depth. It simply is what allows everything else to be quieter, slower, softer. The night doesn't want you to understand it. It wants only for you to stop trying.
Your thoughts drift not like birds fleeing, but like leaves falling into water. They don't sink because they're heavy. They stay afloat because they've let go of needing to land anywhere in particular. One by one, they dissolve into the current without protest. Not all at once, not with urgency, just quietly, as if each had already decided long ago that it didn't need to be carried. The idea of tomorrow is not coming yet, nor is yesterday gone. They're both just names for times that don't exist here. Only this moment holds weight. The way your fingers lie still against the blanket, the faintest warmth behind your ear, where blood moves slowly through veins, the slight pressure of air on your eyelids as they stay closed. You aren't asleep yet, but you're not awake either. You are in that soft space between, like a river before it changes course. No decision is needed, no path chosen. Just presence, without effort or aim. The night doesn't ask for anything from you. It only offers what it always has. The quiet after light gives up. The stillness when sound stops trying to matter. The room knows nothing of clocks. It doesn't mark time by minutes or hours.
It measures by how long it takes a shadow to fade, how long a breath can last without being broken, how long silence can hold itself before becoming something else. You don't have to be anything right now. You aren't expected to fix yourself, not even to relax. The only thing required is that you stay, not because you're doing well or badly, but because the dark has already said yes. It has opened its arms without words, and so quietly, you remain. Not moving toward sleep, nor away from it. Just resting in the way a stone rests when it's no longer rolling down a hill. Not because it reached the bottom,
but because it stopped trying to get anywhere at all. The air presses softly against your skin, not with pressure, but with patience. Like something that has waited long enough to know that nothing needs to happen in order for things to be whole. You are not lost. You are not found either. You're simply here, in the way that a breath is present without having to mean anything. The silence isn't empty. It's full of what happens when no one speaks and still everything is heard. There is only this: a body lying down, a mind letting go, a night holding its shape around you like it has always meant to. And the light? Gone now. Didn't leave behind anything but the memory of its passing. And even that isn't needed anymore. The ceiling is no longer a surface, but a kind of slow breath, rising gently where the last light once rested, then settling back into what it has always been, a quiet plain that doesn't remember being bright. The shadow from the lamppost hasn't vanished. It's only become something softer, less defined. Like memory, after sleep has begun to blur its edges. It no longer reaches. It simply is where it fell an hour ago, and now it knows not to move. Your hands lie still because they've stopped believing in the need to do anything at all. Not out of fatigue, but from having long since forgotten what urgency feels like. The fingers don't curl forward or pull back. They stay exactly as they are, resting on the blanket, as if they'd been placed there by something that knew how to be still without effort. Your breath doesn't deepen because you've decided it should. It just does. Not from intention, but from a quiet understanding. The body already knows what's needed when no one is watching. It isn't trying to slow down or go deeper. It simply allows itself to move in time with something older than thought. There is nothing now that asks you to be present, not even your own awareness. The mind doesn't need to hold its shape anymore, nor does it have to stay awake long enough to notice the passage of seconds. It can slip sideways into stillness without permission. No one needs to know when the last thread has been untangled. The wall behind you feels different now, not as a boundary, but as a place where sound gives up and doesn't come back. The faint hum from below is no longer something to be listened for. It's only air moving through old pipes, like water beneath stone. You don't have to understand its rhythm or name the reason it exists. It's simply part of what keeps the room from being empty, not by filling space, but by letting silence grow thick around it.
They don't drop because they're tired. They just stop believing in their own weight. There's a softness there now that doesn't need to be explained, like dust settling into folds of fabric after years of being shaken loose. Dust. Your neck rests where it is without needing to find balance. The angle between skull and spine isn't holding anything up. It simply accepts the way gravity has chosen to rest it. No effort required. Not even a thought about alignment. Just an ease that comes from having stopped fighting for position. There are no thoughts left that want to be held.
Some have already slipped down into the dark like stones dropped into deep water. Not because they were heavy, but because they weren't afraid of disappearing. They didn't struggle to stay visible or make a splash. They sank without protest. And now their absence is part of the quiet. You aren't aware of being aware anymore. Not in any sharp way. There's no moment when you say, "I'm still here." It just happens that you are. Like air remaining in a room after someone has left. It doesn't announce itself. It only fills what is already empty and waits to be noticed if needed. The blanket isn't covering you because you need warmth.
It's there because it knows how to stay still when nothing else does. Its weight isn't pressed down. It just lies where it belongs, like a quiet agreement between fabric and flesh that neither will move unless asked. And no one is asking. Your feet are not tucked in or pulled back. They're simply present, as if they'd forgotten their own purpose. No need to stretch or rest the arches. The toes don't curl because they've stopped believing in motion. They stay where they are, like roots that have given up on growing and now only know how to be. The air doesn't rush through your nose. It stays. It lingers just past your lips, not as breath you must take or release, but as something already part of the space between sleep and waking. It doesn't demand attention. It simply moves in slow waves across skin that no longer resists its touch. There is no need to know where this moment began or when it will end. The room holds time not by measuring it, but by letting it fade, like a word whispered too softly to be heard. There's only the way your ribs rise and fall without needing to explain why. Only the quiet hum beneath the floorboards that doesn't care if you're listening. The dark isn't waiting for you to fall asleep. It has always been here, long before any thought entered your head or light touched the ceiling. It doesn't want anything from you, not even recognition. It only accepts what is offered without condition. And so, quietly, you are given back what was never yours to lose, the right not to be doing anything at all. Your eyes are not closed as an act of will. They're just at rest. Not trying to see anything. Not even the dark. The lids don't need to stay shut. They only do because they found a place where being still means something more than effort. You aren't thinking about what tomorrow might bring. You aren't remembering how today began.
There's no timeline in this room. Just layers of silence, settling one over the other. Like dust on books that haven't been touched for years. Nothing is lost because nothing was ever meant to stay. Your skin knows now what it means to be held without needing to hold back. Not by the blanket or the air, but by presence itself. There's no demand in its warmth. Only the gentle fact of being known by stillness. As if something has finally learned how to rest beside you. without trying to fix anything.
It only offers what it always does. A space where things can stop being carried and start simply being. You are not becoming anything. You're just allowing yourself to no longer need to. The idea of progress, of moving forward or backward, has faded like ink in water.
The ceiling still holds the shape of light, not as memory, but as something softer now, like an imprint left by a hand that has long since withdrawn. The ghost of brightness lingers in the way shadows stretch thinner than before, not from fading, but from having stopped
trying to be anything at all. You are not aware of being aware, only of what is happening without needing to name it. There's no one inside your head who must keep track of time or remind you how to breathe. The mind doesn't have to be present. It just is, like a stone that has stopped rolling and now rests in the place where it fell. Nothing here asks for meaning, only for quiet. It is only here, and what it carries feels like the weight of absence, not of loss. The ceiling still remembers light, but in a way that no longer demands attention. Not as proof that something once was bright, but as evidence that brightness can fade without leaving damage behind. The color has softened into breath, into the kind of dimness that does not hide anything, only allows things to rest where they are. No shadow fights its shape anymore. Each one is simply what it is. A pause in the flow of quiet. You do not need to watch how long this lasts. There is no clock hidden beneath your ribs. The stillness isn't measured by minutes that keep ticking forward, but by small shifts you don't even notice. The way warmth spreads where skin meets sheet, or how the sound of the street lamp fading is less a loss than a letting go. It doesn't vanish, it simply stops being noticed, like a name said once too often and then forgotten without regret. There's no demand for your attention now, not even from yourself. You don't have to decide what to hold or how long to keep it. The idea of choosing is already quieting in the way that things do when they are allowed to be themselves. Unexamined, a thought floats by like a leaf on still water. No need to catch it. No reason to let it go. It passes through your mind without leaving a trace. Not because you resisted it, but because there is nothing left to resist. You notice how the dark doesn't feel heavy now. Not as pressure, not as absence of light. It feels like something that has learned its own shape. It isn't empty. It's full of space that doesn't ask anything in return.
There is no performance here, only the slow unfolding of what already exists beneath all effort. Your hands rest where they fell, not folded, not clenched, just still, as if time forgot them there and left them in peace. They don't need a reason for being so quiet. Their silence isn't earned or deserved. It's simply allowed to be. The same with your feet at the edge of the bed, bare against cold floorboards that no longer feel cold because you're not trying to warm them anymore. You aren't waiting for comfort. You're just letting the body remember how it feels when it doesn't have to do anything. The room is breathing without sound, not in rhythm with your breath, but in its own slow way, like a place that has stopped needing to be fixed or changed. The walls don't need to hold up anything anymore. They only are. You're not looking at them, and yet you know what it means to exist without purpose, without expectation, to simply stay where you are, even when nothing is being done. A memory comes, not as an image, but as a feeling in the jaw, a tightness that lingers like old muscle tension from long ago. It doesn't want to be remembered. It only wants to stop needing to be there at all.
and so it doesn't return with force. It slips away like steam from a cup left on the sill. Not because you pushed it out, but because no one is stirring the air around it anymore. Your thoughts don't gather in corners or wait for approval. They drift through your awareness without needing to be acknowledged. Some linger longer than others, yes, but only because they found a place where they can rest undisturbed, not because they're trying to stay.
There is no war inside you between what should be and what isn't. There's only the quiet truth that things pass through, like birds over rooftops in winter. Seen once, never again, and not missed for being gone. The idea of identity doesn't feel fixed anymore, not as a shape or name or story to defend. You are less a thing you carry than a space where things come and go without leaving wounds behind. The self isn't something to protect. It's just the way that stillness gathers when no one is trying to speak. You don't have to be someone in order to belong here. No need for role, no title, no past or future, only this moment, thick with absence of demand, so full of quiet that even silence feels unnecessary. The air doesn't hum with expectation, it just holds what's already there. A body resting, breath slowing like sand slipping through fingers too tired to catch it. A single thread from the blanket has come loose and lies across your ankle. Not caught in any need to be fixed or tucked back in, but simply allowed to dangle where it fell. It doesn't matter if it stays there all night. There's no loss in letting a small thing go unattended. No one is counting how many things are out of place anymore. The room knows what it means to be imperfect, not as failure, but as permission. The sound outside has changed too, not because the world shifted, but because your attention didn't need to keep up with it. What was once a steady hum of passing cars is now just a rhythm you don't have to follow. It doesn't speak to you anymore. It only moves through the night like water through roots, unnoticed and unremembered. You are not becoming less, only more allowed to be, not shrinking into nothingness, but opening into what already was. A presence that does not need to prove itself. You aren't trying to disappear or emerge. You're just letting your form soften around the edges, like wax in heat, not melting away, simply changing shape because it no longer has to stay hard. There is no boundary between you and the quiet, only this, a stillness that doesn't belong to anyone, but belongs fully to everything. It isn't something you've achieved. It's what happens when all effort stops being required. You don't have to earn rest. You're already in it. As if the night has been waiting for years just to say, "You are not late.
The last of the light fades now, not with a final flash, but with a slow release, like breath let out after holding it too long. The ceiling no longer holds its shape.
It simply is dark, and that's enough. There's nothing left to claim or protect. No need to keep anything safe. Even memory feels lighter than before. Not because you've forgotten, but because you don't have to carry it forward anymore. You are not what remains after everything else has gone. You're just the space where things can stop being carried at all.
A sound drifts through the room that wasn't there a moment ago. Not loud, not sharp. Just a soft creak from somewhere deep in the wall, like wood settling after years of holding still. It doesn't wake you. It doesn't ask for anything. You don't try to place it or name it. You let it be, as if it were part of your breath, something that happened and then passed, not needing a reason or an answer. The air has softened into weightlessness, not empty, but full in a way that isn't heavy. It holds you without holding on. The ceiling no longer reflects anything. There's nothing to reflect now.
No light, no shape, no trace of where the street lamp used to be. Only a dark so quiet it feels like depth, not absence. You don't look for edges. You don't search for borders between inside and outside. The space around you isn't defined by what you see or don't see, but by how little it demands from you. There's no need to know where the walls end. No need to wonder if this room will remember you. You notice your hands, not because they're doing anything, but because they've been there all along, resting on the blanket like two small things that decided to stay put. One finger curls slightly into itself. Not from tension, but from habit.
Te pia keichi, sada teichi, nasengo, nanzakedo.
The weight of the blanket isn't a burden anymore. Not because it's light, but because it doesn't ask for anything in return. It lies over you as if it had been waiting for this exact moment. Not to do its job well, but simply to exist on top of you without being noticed. You don't hold on to that feeling either. You let the blanket be what it is, a shape that knows how to stay and doesn't need praise for doing so. Something else has changed too. Not in the room, not outside, but inside your attention. It's no longer trying to catch things as they pass. There's no effort behind noticing now. You don't reach out for meaning or significance.
The act of seeing isn't something you perform anymore. It just happens. Like a shadow that appears on the wall without anyone being there to cast it. You are not drifting into sleep. You're already in a place where drifting is impossible, because nothing needs moving. There's no direction left to go, no goal to reach. The mind isn't winding down. It's simply untying itself from what it thought was necessary to carry.
No one will judge the shape of a bed at dawn.
The blanket isn't meant to be perfect, only present. You feel the air move again, not from wind, but from your own breath slowing into silence. It slips through you like water through soil, absorbed without leaving tracks. Each inhale is no longer a signal for more. Each exhale is not an effort to empty out, but a quiet release of what has already been let go.
A memory surfaces. Just one image, clear and uninvited. The way light hit a puddle on the sidewalk last spring. How it shattered into pieces that weren't there anymore once you looked away. You don't reach for it. You don't try to hold on to its shape or color. It's not gone because you stopped thinking about it. It's just no longer needed. The moment passed through you like a name whispered in passing. And now, it's part of the dark. You are not becoming less than you were. You're simply returning to what was always there. An openness that doesn't require proof. Not being anything specific. Not needing to be someone who is doing something, just presence, without condition, without demand.
The house settles around you like a body, learning how to sleep again after years of waking up too early. The floorboards shift once, softly, not with warning, but as if remembering what stillness feels like. Nothing responds. No one answers. And that's fine. There's no need for response when the silence is already full. You don't feel lost in this quiet. You're exactly where you've always been waiting to be. A place without location, without purpose, without anyone needing to say who you are or what you should do next. You aren't hiding from anything. You're not hiding at all. You're simply resting in the shape of absence.
The night isn't long because it's lasting forever. It's long because nothing inside you is trying to shorten it. There's no urgency in how time passes now. No need to count minutes or make them matter. Each second just unfolds, like a leaf falling from a branch and landing without sound. You don't wonder if this will last. You don't ask whether anything has changed.
You're not even sure what change means anymore. Only that nothing here is being forced into form. There's no pressure to become something new. No need to arrive at any place or even know where you started from. A single thread lies across your ankle still, the same one from before. Loose, unclaimed, forgotten. It doesn't matter if it stays there. It doesn't matter if it gets caught in the fabric later. It doesn't matter if someone ever finds it and tucks it back in. The act of letting go isn't about fixing things. It's just allowing them to be as they are. Not better, not worse, simply free. You feel nothing pulling you forward or backward. No tug from yesterday.
No pull toward tomorrow. Not even the faintest shadow of what might have been. There is no story being told anymore. Only this. A body lying still. Breath moving gently through its own rhythm. And the dark holding both, without asking for anything in return. It's not that you're nothing. It's just that you don't need to be something specific. You aren't trying to prove your presence with effort or attention. Your being is quiet because it doesn't have to shout to exist. The air moves again, not from wind, but from some small shift in the room. A breath from the building itself, slow and deep. It carries no message, no warning, no meaning.
Just movement that needs nothing from you except to be felt as it passes. You don't think about what comes next. You don't wonder if there's anything after this. There's only now. Not because it's special or rare,
but because it's already been lived into silence. There's no need to remember. No need to forget. The mind doesn't have to carry itself anymore. Just let go of the idea that it has to. It isn't failing when thoughts fade. It's simply returning to its natural state. A space where things come and pass without leaving marks. You are not less than you were before. You're not more either. You're simply what remains when nothing needs holding. Not empty, just full of the quiet that doesn't speak because it has already said everything. The room breathes with you now. Not in sync, but in rhythm. Two slow pulses moving through the same dark without collision or effort. You don't need to be seen to exist. You don't have to be known. You aren't required to mean anything. All that's needed is this: a body resting, attention softening into not knowing, and the world passing by like clouds over rooftops, seen once, never again, and not missed because they were gone. The corner of the ceiling where the light used to pool is now a soft indentation, like the memory of warmth left behind after someone stood there for too long. It doesn't glow anymore, not even dimly. Just hold space, as if something once passed through it and forgot to leave a mark. You don't look at it because you know it's already gone. There's no reason to search for what isn't meant to be found. The air near the window has settled into stillness that feels different from before. Not cold, not warm, just steady in its own way, like the silence between two notes that never quite resolve. It doesn't promise anything, it only is. And you are here with it, not as an observer, but as a shape moving through something larger than thought. A thread of dust floats somewhere above your head, caught between shadows, drifting without direction or destination. You don't watch it to see where it goes, because where it lands won't matter. It will land on the floor, or the shelf, or perhaps never at all. The motion itself is enough. A small act of weightlessness that doesn't ask anything of you except to notice it briefly and then let it go. You aren't trying to understand why things move like this. No need to name the current. No desire to chart its path. You're not even curious about what pulls or pushes. It's enough that it moves at all, without urgency, without explanation, and still reaches somewhere unseen. The blanket over your legs has shifted slightly since last you felt it, tucked in unevenly at one edge, as if someone or something had brushed against it while you weren't watching. But there was no hand, no breath,
No presence to account for the change.
Only the quiet rearrangement of fabric that happens when nothing is holding things still. You don't correct it. You don't pull it back into place. There's no need to fix what doesn't need fixing. The crease stays where it lies, a soft fold in the world, like the pause between two heartbeats. The weight on your chest isn't heavy. Not really. It's just there. A quiet pressure that feels like part of you now, like a rhythm your body has come to accept without resistance. Not pain, not burden, just presence. The kind that doesn't demand attention, but lives anyway, in its own way. You don't ask if it will go away. You don't wonder how long it might stay. It's not something you're supposed to change, only to let be as it is. The room has cooled a little more since earlier, though no one could say when exactly. Just that the temperature has settled into a different kind of stillness. Not colder, but deeper in its quiet, like water at the bottom of a well where light doesn't reach and things don't stir. Your feet are bare on the mattress, not because you remember taking off your shoes, but because they've been there all along, forgotten beneath warmth and ease. One toe curls slightly as if testing something, then relaxes again, unclaimed by intention. There's no effort to move it back, no need to straighten or correct. The shape of a foot isn't meant to be perfect, only real. You notice how the edge of your blanket has caught on a thread from the bed frame, just barely enough to hold its place without pulling loose. It doesn't matter if it stays that way, or if it comes undone later. You're not responsible for keeping things in order. Not even your own body needs to remain tidy. The space where the street lamp used to bleed across the ceiling is now a faint suggestion, like a breath held too long and finally released. The dark there has grown deeper, softer, almost gentle. It doesn't hide anything. It simply lets everything rest without interruption or judgment. You don't need to be seen in it. You don't have to become visible to exist within this quiet. There's no demand for recognition, no pressure to show up as someone important, even in your own mind. The thoughts that used to crowd around you, the ones about what needed doing, who was waiting, where time had gone, they've thinned out like ink left too long on paper. They don't vanish completely, but they no longer pull at the edges of attention. They drift now without weight, like smoke from a candle that burned out hours ago. You aren't resisting them. You're not pushing them away. There's just less need to hold on to anything. Whether it's an idea or a feeling or even your name, your breath doesn't change because you want it to. It only moves as it pleases, rising and falling like waves that don't care about who's watching. No rhythm is required, no perfection needed. Just the steady turn of air in and out, unremarkable yet essential. The floor beneath the bed has cooled more than the mattress, not because it's colder, but because it holds time differently. It remembers less than you do, perhaps. Or maybe it just doesn't care to remember at all. There's a crack near the baseboard where light used to creep in between boards. But now, even that line is gone. The room has sealed itself off from outside motion. Not by choice, just by quiet accumulation of stillness over time.
You don't wonder why things have changed. You're not looking for reasons or causes. There's no need to explain what happens when light fades and silence takes its place. The chair in the corner hasn't moved since you first noticed it tonight, though the shadow beneath it has grown longer. Not because anything shifted, but because the dark itself is slowly spreading forward like a tide that doesn't care about boundaries. You don't reach for reassurance. You don't call out to be found. There's no one left to answer anyway. The clock in your mind isn't ticking anymore, not even silently. It just stops being necessary.
You're not trying to fall asleep. You're already there, in the way that clouds are when they drift without direction or purpose. There's no goal, no arrival point. Just this, a body lying down, breath moving gently through its own rhythm, and the world passing by like something remembered but never named. The lamp on the side table is off now. Not because you turned it down, but because it forgot to be lit. It doesn't matter if it stays that way. The room holds all light inside itself now. You don't think about what might come next. You're not afraid of missing something. There's no gap in your awareness, only a soft fullness, like air after rain has passed through the trees and left behind nothing but damp silence. The corner where your arm rests on the pillow is warmer than the rest, just slightly. Not enough to feel unusual. Only enough to know it's there. You don't adjust it. You don't press into it or pull away. It stays, as things do when no one asks them to be anything different. A single hair has fallen from your temple and now lies across your cheek. It doesn't itch. It doesn't pull. It just rests. Not on you, but between you and the world, like a sign that something small has passed through without being noticed. You don't brush it away. You don't even know if you'll feel it when you wake up tomorrow. It's already gone from your attention. And so are all the other things. The unfinished thoughts, the half-remembered words, the names of places you once thought you might visit. None of them need to stay. Not because they're bad or wrong, but because they don't belong here anymore. You aren't losing anything. You're just letting it go. The dark isn't empty. Not really. It's full of what doesn't have a name and never did. It holds the weight of your breath without holding you down. It carries the quiet between heartbeats like something precious that doesn't need to be spoken. And you are part of it now. Not as someone separate, but as one small thread in a larger pattern that moves without asking for permission or attention. You don't have to mean anything. You don't have to prove your presence.
A single breath drifts out, then returns. Not as effort, but as a quiet return to itself, like a stone settling through water without stirring the surface. The air near your face carries no weight, only a softness that doesn't demand attention. You don't listen for it. It's already there, breathing with you, though neither of you has begun. The ceiling is no longer a plane, but a slow shift, not of shape, but of tone. Where light once touched the plaster in thin lines, now only memory remains. Like an impression left by something that passed through and was never meant to stay. There's no surface here anymore, only depth and a certain kind of stillness that doesn't mean absence.
Your fingers rest at your side, not stiff nor relaxed, just present as they are, without the need to be placed or held in any way. The skin on your wrist feels slightly cooler than the rest, where the blanket has slipped back an inch, leaving it bare. You don't pull it up. There's no urgency to cover what is already known. What needs warmth will find its own path. A sound, if you could call it that, passes through the space between awareness and sleep. Not a tone, not silence either, but something in between, like the moment just before a word dissolves into breath. It doesn't carry meaning. It simply is. And then it's gone, as though it never needed to be heard.
Outside, the world moves without speaking. Trees shift their shadows on the ground, not because they choose, but because the air has changed its direction. Nothing asks for notice. No one calls out. The street lamp flickers once, faintly, in a rhythm that doesn't belong to anyone. It's not signaling anything. It's just there. You don't count how long it lasts.
You don't wonder if it will go dark forever or return again tomorrow. There's no need to mark time, because time has stopped being the keeper of what matters. What remains is not duration, but presence. A single point where nothing happens and yet everything does. The pillow beneath your head isn't soft or firm. It simply holds shape in its own way, like an old book left open on a shelf for years. No longer read, but still remembering how to be closed again. The weight of your skull rests against it, not as pressure, but as quiet alignment. The kind that doesn't need correction. A thought about yesterday's conversation begins to rise, thin and gray, like dust in sunlight. It hovers at the edge of awareness, not urgent, not important. You don't push it away. You don't welcome it either. It floats there for a moment, just long enough to be seen, then sinks back into the quiet below, where thoughts go when they lose their grip. There's no effort in letting things pass, no intention to forget. Only recognition that some things were never meant to stay. The wall beside you, once plain and white, now feels like a place where time has worn down the surface over years. Not in one direction, but in many small ways. Tiny scratches from fingers that never meant harm. Dents from things dropped without thinking. Stains from water seeping through slowly. Nothing dramatic, nothing tragic. Just evidence of motion without purpose. You don't examine it. You don't apologize for what's left behind. There's no need to understand why the paint cracked in one spot or why a corner curls up slightly at night. The wall is not asking for repair.
It isn't waiting for you to fix anything. And so, neither are you. Your breath continues. Not faster, not slower. Just moving through your body like air moves through a hollow reed, making no sound, but carrying the shape of its own passage. You don't follow it. You don't try to control it. It stays because it is natural to stay. The dark in the room isn't thick or heavy. It doesn't press down on you. It simply surrounds, not as a force, but as a condition. Like being inside a quiet forest where no one walks and no bird sings. The air carries no scent, no direction. Only stillness that knows it doesn't need to prove